Okay, what is an appraisal? Just to do a recap, chapter 16 before we get started. What is an appraisal? Hello. What's an appraisal, guys? It's an estimate or opinion of value that's based on supportable evidence by an unbiased third party, right? Everybody here?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Got 12 people in the room. Nobody's talking to me. All right. What is what's a people's preference for location called? People's preference for location. When you find that perfect spot,
A situs, sit-us.
situs or situs, yeah. All right. And what's an arm's length transaction? What's an arm's length transaction? Really? It's a
Market
transaction
value?
between people who aren't that close to each other. So we're relatively strangers to one another. So each party's trying to do the best they can for themselves in the transaction. All right. What is market value? What is market price?
Is market value what the buyer is willing to pay?
Market value is what the value, it's an estimate of the value of the property based on supportable evidence. We as real estate agents and appraisers figure out what market value is for people based on the comparables that we search, right? That's one way to do it anyway. And then market price is a value that's what the property actually sells for. It's the selling price. So in a perfect world, our market value should match up with what the market price is, what it eventually sells for. Okay. So that's the difference between market value and market price. And what is the highest and best use?
Means you, it's like what the best performance of the property will actually be.
So it's the
Most profitable.
it's based off the money though. So it's the most profitable use that the property can be used for or adapted to, or a use that will be most in the demand in the reasonably near future. That would be the market, I'm sorry, the highest and best use. And what's the theory of substitution state?
The maximum value of the property tends to be set.
You gotta speak up, I can't hear you. Hello? Somebody was talking, you gotta speak up. Substitution states that nobody will pay more if the same can be had for less. Simple as that. And see, supply and demand is just a concept we got to understand. What does the word depreciation mean?
To lose value.
It's a loss of value due to any cause or condition. And what is functional obsolescence?
Something that's old but still works.
It is. So is it fixable? Is it curable?
Yes, it's curable.
And what about external obsolescence? What's that?
Factors not on the property.
something that's not on the property that's causing a problem, making the property obsolete in some way. So not desirable in some way, or it's a taking from its value in some way. Is this curable?
Almost.
Yes, but
Yeah.
not by you.
So
Maybe.
it's usually not curable. We have no
Right.
control over it. Something that's beyond our control because it's not on the property. Generally speaking, does land depreciate
No.
in value?
No.
No,
No. All right. And what do we call it when what approach to value are we going to use when a property burns down and we want to replace it exactly the way that it was before?
Is it the cost approach?
The cost approach.
No.
Mm-mm. It's one of two approaches that an appraiser can take when determining the cost to rebuild. Are we going to rebuild exactly, or are we just going to have something else that serves the same purpose? That's not an exact duplicate.
Utility?
Something that's gonna serve the purpose,
Reproduction cost.
reproduction. cost.
Reproduction cost. Reproduction, you're reproducing an exact duplicate of what was there before versus replacement costs. Replacement cost just replaces it with something else that serves the same purpose. That's not necessarily an exact duplicate. We need to do some reviewing of our notes, don't we?
Yeah.
All right. So page 281 is where we left off. We were talking about the cost approach, which is based on substitution. First they estimate the value of the land put to its highest and best use. Then the appraiser will estimate the cost to construct, and they need to determine if they're going to use that replacement cost approach or the reproduction approach. Then they're going to have to estimate, because of the age of the property, estimate the accrued depreciation of the improvement over the years, because the land doesn't depreciate. He's beeping in my ear. Then they estimate the accrued depreciation for the improvement, because land doesn't depreciate. And then they have to deduct that amount of depreciation from the improvement, the cost of the building, for whatever reason it depreciated. There's various reasons for depreciating. And then they add the value of the land back in. This is the way that the cost approach is done by an appraiser, because we'll never do this. This is sometimes referred to as the appraisal by summation, cost approach or appraisal by summation, because they're doing some adding and subtracting here. They're summing it up, right? So it's the appraisal by summation because they're trying to sum it up by doing some addition and subtraction based on depreciation and adding the cost of the land back in. Stop. That's annoying. All right. So this approach to value is used for special purpose buildings that may not have comparables, like a library or a church or public building or a unique type of structure that may not have comparables or may not generate income. So you can't use the sales comparison approach on it, and you can't use the income approach because it doesn't generate income in the normal fashion. So you would have to use the cost approach to do this. And we don't do this, appraisers do, like I said. All right. So Now we're going to go over the income approach to value. The income approach to value on page 282. We're going to highlight the first sentence. Income or capitalization approach to value is based on the present worth of future rights to the income that the property generates. So just income approach, it'd be used for any property that generates income. Like apartment buildings, office buildings, multifamily homes, shopping centers. And it has two ways to figure out the value using the income approach. We have cap rates, which that's short for capitalization rate, which is a measurement of the rate of return on the investor's money. Or we have the GRM, the gross rent multiplier, which this is a way for us to figure out the value on an income producing property by comparing to income producing properties when we don't have all the data on them. So the cap rate is the capitalization rate, which measures, which is a measurement that determines the rate of return on the investor's money. Okay. You calculate it using the T formula. Ooh, that's coming up. I'm going to show you how to use the T formula in a moment. We're going to draw it actually on the book too, so that you have it here in your book. Basically, you're going to need 2 out of 3 numbers in order to figure out the cap rate, the value of the property. You're going to need the GOI. That stands for gross operating income. That's the income before expenses. I don't know why they throw the word gross in there, or operating for that matter. It could just be gross income, but gross operating income to operate the building. Then you get the gross operating expenses. So you get the income of the property, then you get the expenses of the property. Then can you figure out what you're going to do next? You're going to subtract the expenses from the income, and then you're left with the net operating income. So how do we calculate NOI, net operating income? You take the gross operating income, subtract the expenses, the gross operating expenses, and you're left with the net income, just like your paychecks, right? You guys mad at me or something? You're not talking to me?
No.
Well,
There's like 3 people that ever talk, so. I
Right,
don't know why you're
right.
So surprised.
That's
Well, none of them are talking now.
Yes.
Come on.
I know, but.
Somebody
the
be my
point-
friend. I'm lonely right now.
There's 3 of us that talk in this class, and
All
if
right.
you're quiet, then nobody talks.
yeah.
Well, it's not a quiet day. I need you to talk to me. All right.
I gotta have my coffee.
Me too. I'm in that boat too. I'm about to put some whiskey in it in a minute.
Good, the reason I drink.
Yeah, so
That's
everything
hysterical.
is becoming the reason to drink right now. All right. So the net okay, so you take the gross income, subtract the expenses, and you're left with the net operating income from the property for any property that generates income. That's how the math of it is. That's how you calculate a cap rate. Now, the gross rent multiplier is the way that you compare two income producing properties that you don't have all these figures for. If you have one property in the area that has all these numbers and another one that doesn't, we could still guesstimate. It's a guesstimate. Does guesstimate sound accurate?
No, it's a guess.
So we're going to do a guesstimate of the value of the property based on another property that we have all the numbers for. Let me just give you a little explanation. Let's just say that we have a 4-unit, let's say we got a 4-unit house. Let's keep it residential for a second. If we have a 4-unit house in a certain neighborhood, do 3 bedrooms in one building and 3 bedrooms generally in that neighborhood go for give or take the same price range?
You said 3 bedrooms
Yeah,
in the,
say that we got a 3-bedroom apartment for rent. All right.
okay,
When you're shopping for an apartment in a certain neighborhood, in that neighborhood, are 3-bedroom apartments generally going to go in the same price range?
yes,
Okay. So couldn't we, if we don't have all the figures on one building, could we kind of guesstimate what the incomes are going to be?
yes,
Yeah. And if we have a 4-unit building and we have another 4-unit building that's kind of the same, could we guesstimate the expenses will probably be in the same ballpark too? I mean, not necessarily, but I mean, it's a good guesstimate that they'll at least get us in the same ballpark, right?
yes,
All right. So without having all of those income and expenses figures, we can figure out the value of another property or guesstimate its value by comparing it to another property that we have all those figures to, that is in the area that is similar. Now, you could compare a 4-unit building to another 4-unit building. You can't compare it to a 5-unit or a 3-unit building. The gross rent multiplier can only compare similar buildings. 3-unit to a 3-unit, a 4-unit to a 4-unit. It can't compare a 4-unit to a 3-unit or 5-unit. Got that?
got it.
So the GRM is the gross rent multiplier. It's used to determine the value of 2 or more similar income generating properties. Can't compare a 4-unit building to a 5-unit building, just like I explained, using a multiplier. Now, a multiplier it's not a percentage, and the number itself is not, it's insignificant, meaning that there's no good multiplier or a bad multiplier number. It's just a number, a neutral number that's used to compare 2 items. And this will make more sense when I start doing the math on it. But we know with the cap rates, the higher the cap rates measure rate of return of an investor's money. So the higher rate of return is always better. It means that you're generating more income. But with a GRM, there is no such thing as a good multiplier. It's just a number that's used. It's a neutral number that we need to figure out what the number is for a particular building. And then we can apply that number to another property and figure out the values of it. We're going to show you how to do that shortly. I just want you to basically just understand what we're trying to accomplish here. Okay. So when you're figuring out the GRM, the gross rent multiplier on a property, you need to have 2 out of 3 other figures. You need to have the gross monthly income, or the value of the property to figure out, or gross monthly income and the value of the property in order to figure out what the GRM is, the multiplier. Or if you have the GRM and the value, you could figure out what the gross monthly income is. Or if you have the GRM and the gross monthly income, you could figure out what the value is.
Yeah.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? If you have 2 out of any of these 3 items, you could figure out the other missing component.
Yeah.
Using something that we call the reverse T formula, which I'm going to show you in a moment. All right, now here's another one similar to the GRM. It is actually the same thing as the GRM, but you're probably not going to get this one on exams at all. You calculate the GRM and you also add in additional revenues from other sources, like if there's a concession stand and other items that are generating income that are not real estate. Here's another way to calculate the income that that property produces. It's not the real estate, it's not the property that's producing it, but additional resources on that property, like a concession stand that you would factor in the income on. All right. We're not doing this on exam, and we're probably never going to use this in life unless you're specializing in commercial real estate. So this we're kind of not even going to go over, all right? But I just wanted to explain it to you. All right. So what are the three approaches to value? What's the most common approach to value that real estate agents use to determine the value of a property?
Cost approach? The gross rent, I'm sorry,
None of the stuff that we got on screen. That's why I put the screen on.
right?
All right, we got the sales comparison approach. We do a CMA or BPO by comparing properties that have recently sold that are similar. That's the sales comparison approach. That's the approach to value that we use.
Yeah, sales comparison.
That's the most common approach to value used by real estate agents, real estate licensees, and appraisers use this for residential properties as well. Cost approach is used to value special purpose and unique buildings that don't have comparables or generate income. And the income approach is used to determine the value of what kind of properties? It's in the
Income.
name.
Income generating. Like,
Properties that generate income. We have a new term here we're learning, reconciliation. If an appraiser ever uses more than one of the three approaches to value on the same property, it's called reconciliation. Add that to your definition list. A reconciliation is when you apply more than one of the three approaches to value to the same property so that you could then figure out which is the best approach I should use on this property. And which would be the best approach that you would use on a property then? The one that makes the most money.
oh, most money. Okay.
All right. So that's what reconciliation is. When you're trying to figure out how we can get the most money by
Right.
which approach to value are we going to use?
Right.
CMA, the sales comparison approach, cost approach, or income approach. You must know these three approaches to value and how to calculate them and what properties to use them on.
Yeah.
This slide shows you the T formula for figuring out the cap rates and the reverse T formula for figuring out the gross rent multiplier. On page 282, under where it says income approach, where you have a blank area that would be on the left-hand side of the page, you got this big blank area in the margin there. I want you to draw this T formula. It's basically you draw a T like this. What is this symbol right here?
Where?
This one right here where my mouse is. Can you guys see my mouse?
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
You see this symbol right here? What is that symbol?
Divided by.
That's a division symbol. And this is the X is multiplication.
Multiplication.
So draw a T and do this because you could divide down or multiply across to figuring out the missing component. When you have 2 out of 3 of these components, you could figure out the missing one.
You want us to draw that on 283 or 281?
On page 282, next to where it says income approach to value in the margin over there. Go down to 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth bullet point. I want you to draw it to the left side of that fourth bullet point, because in that fourth bullet point, I wanted you to highlight estimating the rate of return on an investor demands for the investment of capital. Rate of return is called a capitalization or cap rate. And this is the T formula for figuring out the cap rate. So in that fourth bullet point, you're highlighting estimating the rate of return and investor demands for an investment of capital Rate of return is called the capitalization or cap rate. And to the left of it, you're going to draw this T formula. And above the T formula, I want you to write TGIF. That stands for top number goes in the calculator first. So whatever the top number is up here, that would be the annual net operating income, or the small number if you're trying to figure out commissions, because you could use this T formula to figure out a lot of different problems.
When you say top number, do you mean
The number on
the
top of the,
highest number?
no, the number on top of the T here.
Okay,
Okay, and that, what number do you plug in when you're figuring out cap rates? The number that goes on top of the T would be your annual NOI. So your annual, the property's annual net operating income goes up top. So whatever's numbers on top of this T is the number that you put in the calculator first. Then you would hit the division symbol because you divide down, multiply across. So you put this number in the calculator first, hit the division symbol, and then the large number, which is the property value, to figure out the cap rate. Or if you have the cap rate and the small and the annual NOI, and you're trying to figure out the property value, top number goes in first, divided by the cap rate, which is a percentage, would give you the property's value. So how do you figure out the property value on an income producing property like this? You would put the annual net income that's after expenses. So how do you figure out the NOI? You take your income minus your expenses, that's your NOI. And if you're basing it on a monthly figure, you would have to times it by 12 to get the annual, right?
Yeah.
And then you divide that by the cap rate, and it'll that investor is seeking to get out of the property, and it'll tell you how much money they should spend when purchasing it. See, we could base our offer price on a property based on how much money we want to earn on it. Just write the formula down, and I'm going to show you guys how to use this to figure out commission problems, how to figure out cap rates. It could be used on several problems.
Right, because I'm almost there, but I'm not there.
Just write it down. So you're writing that T formula. You're going to write small number slash or small number or annual NOI goes up top. And a large number or the property value goes on one side. And a percentage or the cap rate goes on the other side. And TGIF, top number goes in the calculator first, and you divide down or multiply across. Because if you have the property value and you have the cap rate, you just multiply the property value times the cap rate, and it should tell you what your annual NOI is on the property. See, there's a way that you could test and prove your math to make sure that your problem is right. Once you get the answer for the missing component, you can use that missing component and one of the other ones to figure it out. And if it comes out different, you know the problem's not right.
Right.
We're going to do a couple math problems on this. Just need you to write down this formula first. Plus you have this slide, which snap a picture of, study it. You know, gross rent multiplier now would have the reverse T formula, and that's on the next page. On the next page, you see the gross rent or income multipliers. I would just have you highlight on the third line under that where it says it in bold. Gross rent multiplier relates to the sales price of a property to its rental income. And next to the title, I want you to write use reverse T formula. Use reverse T formula. The only time you will ever use the reverse T formula is to figure out a gross rent multiplier. It's the only math problem it's good for. Let me know when you guys got all that stuff written down.
Done.
Got it.
Okay, so by gross rent multiplier, you guys wrote down the reverse T formula as well?
Yes.
It works the same way. Top number goes in first, divide down, multiply across, except on the T, the large number goes up top, which would be the property value. The gross monthly income goes on one side, and the multiplier, which is not a percentage rate, it's a whole number, goes on the other side. There's a math problem I have here. Now, you know what? I'm not going to share that with you right now because I'm going to pull up the whiteboard. And we're going to do some problems for GRM and cap rates and such and so forth. Let's first use it to figure out your commission. I just want to teach you how to use the T formula first. Okay. So here's a problem for you. It says if a property sells for $325,000, if a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is $17,875, what was the commission rate charged to the seller when you listed the property? Well, we could plug the numbers into the T formula here. The large number goes on one side, the small number goes up top to figure out what the rate we charged was. You divide 17,875, top number goes in the calculator first, then you hit the division symbol by 325.
5.5%.
I'm sorry?
5.5%.
Yeah, and you get, oh geez, what is this? And you get 5.5% or 0.055. Right? That's 5.55%. Remember, to turn it to a percent, you got to go 2 decimal points to the right. And then throw a percent symbol on there. All right. Now you could check your math to make sure it's right. And let's do that. How much did the property sell for if the total commission was $17,875? You guys listening to how I'm saying this question?
Yeah.
I'm rewording it because this is how you could get a question on state exam here.
Yeah. You're doing the
They'll give
reverse.
it to you in a sentence format. They're not giving you this T formula. This is something that I taught you. This is a tool that you're going to have to easily figure out the problem instead of just randomly plugging numbers into a calculator, seeing if it matches any of the answer options. We know that the small number goes up top. So the small number would be the commission in relation to the value, right?
Right.
So that number's up top. And we already know that the rate of return is, the cap rate's 5.5%. So if we know that the total commission, if the total commission on a property is $17,875, and you charge the owner 5.5% to sell the property, how much did it sell for?
325,000.
Yeah, plug the numbers in the calculator though, and make sure that it comes out that way for you.
Yeah, I did.
17,875 divided by 5.5%, you should get $325,000.
Mhm.
And the same way, take 325 times 5.5%, you should get 17,875. You see what I mean by checking your math to make sure it comes out right? So using the T formula is pretty easy. You just got to remember, small number goes up top, large number on one side, and a percentage or rate goes on the other. Divide down, multiply across, TGIF, top number goes in first.
Now, is that all the time?
Yes,
Top number all the time?
yep. The only time is when you're using the reverse T formula to figure out the gross rent multiplier. That's the only problem where you switch it, where the small number goes down the bottom and the large number goes up top. And the small number is going to be the gross monthly rent.
But if we wanted to get the commission, wouldn't we just put the property value and then the percentage and then multiply them? And then that's how we would get the top number?
Well, it depends on the question that they give you. Depends how they word it. Like, here's the question. If the total commission collected was $17,875 and we charged the seller 5.5% listing fee, how much did the property sell for?
Well, but the third question would be like, if they said, if the property
The property
sold
sells for
for
325 and you charged 5.5% commission, how much commission are you collecting? Or what's the
That would-
total commission? Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you just multiply across.
yeah, to get that.
Mhm.
That's cool. That's a cool little formula.
It's a neat little tool. It makes it a lot easier, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You just plug the numbers in. No matter how they ask you the question, you just plug the numbers in and boom. Easy deasy, nice and easy. You just got to remember the T formula. What numbers go where? Boom. Small number goes up top, large number on one side, the rate on the other. Top number goes in first. So let me give you a problem. I'm going to make one up on the fly here real quick.
Wait, can you show us that picture again? Small number on the top, large number on the side, and rate on the other side? Is that what it was?
Yeah,
Yep.
percentage rate.
Yeah.
Yep. Small number up
Okay.
top, large number on one side, and the rate on the other.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks.
The only time that's different is when you're figuring out the GRM.
GRM.
That's the
Right,
only
got
time
it.
it's different. And then you need to know
It's
what the small
easy.
number is.
It's easier when you show, because when you were saying it, I was like, yeah, okay.
You know,
Mhm.
but yeah, when you're actually doing a problem, that's why I want you guys to do a problem or two. Okay. So I'll give you guys a problem.
Sound like a threat.
I'll give you a problem.
I'll give you guys a problem. Oh, hi. Hi.
This one's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, 27,000.
What's the total commission if a 450,000 property sold and the owner was charged 6% commission rate?
27,000.
No. Come on, don't be resizing on me on my own.
Let me do another thing.
All right.
Let's see.
So all you do is you draw the T formula, right? And you do that. Now you plug in the numbers. What numbers do we plug where?
The
450
420,
on the left.
450 goes at the bottom,
450 on the
side.
bottom.
0.06.
6% on the right bottom,
So we put
And then-
6% or 0.06 on the other side.
and
450
multiply that.
times 6%.
It's 2,700.
What is it?
27,000. 27,000. Sorry.
27,000. Yeah, I'm quitting this business if that was 2,700 because I got to split that 4 ways still. Crazy.
Oh, let's see how much that is for 4 ways divided by 4.
All right. Let's do it. Let's reword this.
Okay.
Or it's worded in a different way. Make another problem up. I need to have my calculator out in order to make these questions up on the fly, though. The property sold for what did the property sell for if the total commission is $19,000 and we only charged the seller 4% commission?
475,000.
I don't know. You're too quick for me.
Yeah, it's 475.
All right. So that's what we do, right? We draw the T formula again. What do we put where?
The 1900 goes at the top. 19,000 goes at the top
19,000 goes up top. Why?
because it's the smaller amount.
In relation to what?
Property
The
value.
charge of, yeah, the property charge.
The property value, right?
Value, right.
All right. So, okay. And then the percentage goes on one side, right? And we know that we divide down, multiply across. So TGIF, top number goes in the calculator first,
Sure.
19,000 divided by 4%. And that gives us
475,000.
everybody agree with that? Everybody agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I throw out a morning poll to make sure people are here?
Right.
Sure.
Jesus Christ. Pulling
Aye,
teeth trying to
Frank.
get people to answer me.
Right.
All right. So you see, this is pretty easy when you got the T formula around.
Yeah, why didn't they do this that way instead of cross multiplication to get percentages?
I'm sorry, what happened?
That's it. That we should have learned that in math instead of is over of
You
percent over
know?
100.
There's easier ways to explain stuff. The
Yeah.
thing is,
that's
math is a universal language. There's probably 10 different ways that you could do this. Don't ask me about it though, because I suck at math, but I know these formulas, so I could figure this stuff out. Knowing the formulas when you got the calculators handy is easy.
Yeah.
And
That's
you
good.
can use calculators on exam, so not a biggie.
Yeah.
All right, but you got to know the formula and what number goes where.
Yeah.
That's real easy when figuring out the commission. We did a couple problems here with commission now. Let me shrink them down, stick them over here. So we did a couple problems with commission. Now let's do some problems with cap rates on the values of property. Gulp. And which formula do you use on cap rates?
The T multiplier.
You use that T formula again. See, I got a couple of problems here already figured out. Let me see. Turn that off real quick. And let me go in here and delete the answers that I got written in here so that we could figure it out ourselves, shall we? La, 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 la. All right. So the question I'm going to be showing you guys in a moment. Hold on, let me finish writing this. Just trying to reset the problem here. Dooby-dooby-doo. Dooby-dooby-dooby. Dooby-dooby-doo. Mhm. One more sec. I got a couple problems that are related to each other. La-dee-dee-dee-dee. All right, we pretty much got the board erased here. I'll make sure there's no hints left behind for you. Okay. Let me pull the problem up on the board for you. So we have a cap rate problem here. We got a property with an asking price of $450,000 on it. Got a $450,000 property here. It's a 4-unit building with 2 2-bedroom units renting at $1,200 a month each, and 2 3-bedroom units renting at $1,500 a month each. We got property taxes of $14,000 per year, insurance at $2,800 a year. If I don't have it written monthly or quarterly, then it's an annual charge. Then I guess I should write that on some of these. Insurance, this is a year. This is a month. This is a month. This is a month. This is Q is quarterly. Monthly, yearly, yearly. And in here, there's a mortgage charge of $2,900 a month. Why did I have that crossed out? So we have a mortgage expense of $2,900 a month. You know, the reason why I had that crossed out, because when figuring out cap rates, you see the slide here? You don't factor in the financing charges as an expense, because those financing charges are going to be different for the next owner. Now, if you want to know what your true rate of return is on your property for yourself, you could put in your finance charge there, which you pay monthly for mortgage. But generally, cap rates do not factor in the financing charges, the monthly mortgage, because it's going to be different for each owner because they would have paid a different amount for that property. Make sense? We're assuming that the property's paid off. What's your rate of return on it? Okay.
Got it.
So I got it crossed out for you here. So if on exam they throw in the monthly mortgage fee for you to figure out the cap rate along with a lot of others, if you don't know that and you're just adding up all the expenses, you ain't getting it right. All right. I want you guys to figure this out now and tell me what, well, let's first figure out, the first step is we got to figure out what, we got to add up all the income, add up all the expenses. Remember, they're annual that we need to know. So it's a good idea right here at the beginning to make everything annual. And you see, I already did that for you. Yearly, $150 a month, that's $1,800 a year, $95 a month, that's $1,140, $90 a month, that's $1,080, $300 a quarter, that's $1,200, $150 a month for landscaping, that's $1,800 a year. Snow removal, let's guesstimate it at $300 a year. and miscellaneous repairs is 1,700. So just add up all your annual expenses here, put them here, figure out what your monthly expense income is, and then times it by 12 because you need the annual to put in here. Calculate what your annual NOI is, and then start plugging in the numbers. We already plugged in the 450,000 here because we already got that number, right? Right. Yeah, Vic. Hello. Yes, Vic. Yeah, absolutely. We're with you. We're following along. We got you, Vic. All right, cool, guys. Good to hear from that. So the owner here, or the purchaser, our investor, walked into our office and said, hey, I'm looking to buy an investment property, a rental building, but I need to get an 8% cap rate. I need to get an 8% minimum return on my investment. Otherwise, I'm not buying the property. This is what they do. They'll walk in the office and they'll say, I'm looking for a property, but I got to get an 8% cap on it. If you don't know the lingo, if they say, hey, I'm looking for a property, but I got to get an 8% cap on it. And if you stare at them like, that sounds familiar, but I don't know what it is. You look like a, deer caught in the headlights. That guy's going to say, is there another agent in here I can work with? Okay. So no problem. I'll find that for you. I know how to calculate that. Okay. What's he talking about when I want an 8% cap?
The cap rate, like what specifically is talking about?
What's a cap?
It's the like relation, how much they can make per month, right? Like how much they can make off this property.
It's the investor's rate of return on their investment.
Yeah, their ROI pretty much.
Okay. It's the rate of return on the investment. Okay.
Are we supposed to send you the cap rate that we got, or?
Sure.
Yeah, I sent it.
You sent it.
Yeah,
You sound like my niece. I sent it.
I sent it.
All right. Yeah. Okay. You and Patrick got the same thing there. Oh. Karen, are you dyslexic? Look at your numbers. Are you?
Maybe. I don't know.
Because you got the right numbers, you got them in the wrong order.
I do the same thing all the time now.
Well, no,
It's bad.
no, I'm asking not because I'm picking on nobody. I've had people that taken this class before that they don't know that they're dyslexic. They get things backwards all the time and they think that they're bad students. And I'm like, no, I've told people about dyslexia before and they're like, I never heard of that. And I'm like, you may want to go check with your doctor. You may be dyslexic and that's curable. You could fix that,
Wow,
And,
that's funny to learn
I've had
at
students
40.
before that Dr. Vic was in the room and diagnosed why you've been a bad student your whole life, or why you think you've been a bad student because you're reversing your letters, you're reversing your numbers, because stuff gets jumbled up in your mind, but there's a way to fix that. All right. So I'm not saying that's your case here. I'm just asking, maybe you made a mistake in writing it
It
down,
might be.
but it might be, and if that's the case, you could check with your doctor. How do I check to see if I'm dyslexic, and how do I fix that? Because there is a cure for it. I just forget. I don't know how. I'm not a doctor. I just play one in class. All right. Karen, you were right the first time. Is it Karen or Karan?
Karan.
Karan, I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'm used to it. That's why I
That's why
answer.
I asked. I wasn't sure. It could be two ways, All right, Kabir, you got it too. So apparently we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in class today. Hmm. Anybody else trying the math, or am I waiting for nothing?
I didn't do it.
Why?
Cause I can't, it's overwhelming for me.
It is not really, 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 please try for me. Okay, do this. The step is, look, there's step number one right here. Step number one, I want you to do this right here. Boof. You need to add up your income. Then you put it over here. Add up all your expenses. And then you put that over here. And then you subtract your expenses from your income. You get the NOI, and then you plug that in right here. I don't want you just skipping the math on a problem that I know you can get right. Plus, it'll make you that much better of an agent. Okay? I want you to do this. You got to calculate. I know people get freaked out by math sometimes. You shouldn't be, because most of the time other people are figuring this crap out for you. I want you guys to be able to figure out. It's not that hard. I know some people, you just say math and they start sweating and their face gets red and they get panic attacks. Listen, we're in a classroom. We all love each other here, okay? Nobody's picking on anybody. We want everybody to try to be able to figure this out. So we're working together here, okay? So let's just take your calculator and add all these numbers up. 14,000 plus 2,800 plus 1,800 plus 1,140 plus 1,080 plus 1,200 plus 1,800 plus 300 plus 1,700. These are already annual figures, so we don't have to times it by 12 or anything. So what do we get as a total when we add up all the expenses?
$25,820. Were we supposed to say that out loud?
Go ahead, you can say it out loud. What are all the expenses when you add them up?
Now, did you want us to add in the mortgage as well, or no? You said don't.
No,
because
you
they're
don't
different.
use the mortgage when figuring out cap rate.
Right. Okay, 25,820.
25,820. Did everybody get that?
I already did it before, so I don't have it in front of me right now.
Kate, did you get that?
I did not do the problem. I already told you.
I wanted you to. Come on, get your cell phone
I
out.
didn't do it. I'm not doing it. Sorry. Can't do it right now.
I'll do it with you. All right, so we got 25,820 for all the expenses. So what's our income here? Hold on. Yeah, you got your cell phone, just pull out the calculator on there.
82,800?
Well, let's see. If we have $1,200 a month for rent, we got 2 units.
You're way off.
What is that? What does that come out to? 2,400? And we got $1,500 a month rent for 2 units. What's that? 3,000? You add them up, that's 5,400 a month. Now we got to times that by 12. Let me get my calculator out because I can't do basic math because I use a calculator for everything. 5,400 times 12, that's $64,800 a year. So we plug that number here, $64,800. And now we subtract our expenses of 25,820 from it. And our NOI is 38,980. Did everybody get that? Or am I off somewhere?
That's right.
Mhm.
38,980. Because I didn't add up all these expenses. I just went off your word. So, okay. So now how do we figure out what the cap rate is?
Divided by 450,000.
So 38,980 divided by $450,000. And that gives me 0.0866, right? So go two
Right.
decimal points to the right, and that gives me
8.60%.
8.66%. So would this be a property our client's interested in?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Was that hard?
No.
No?
No, it's not. See, don't get nervous about the math, all right? I don't want you guys being nervous about this. I hate math. I suck at math, but I got a calculator. You guys can plug in a calculator. I can put numbers in a calculator. If I could do it, you guys can do it. I learned the formulas. I suck at math. I'm stupid when it comes to math. I use a calculator for it. So, but I know the formulas. And if I know the formulas, I could figure it out, then you could figure it out. There's no excuse. Don't skip out. Try it, use it. Now, so what is the GRM for this property, the gross rent multiplier? Well, we have the $450,000, that's goes up top. The big number goes up top, right?
Right.
And what's the number that goes on the side?
38,980.
No, and figuring out the GRM, what's the small number?
The gross monthly income.
The gross monthly income. So $5,400 goes here. See, we got to remember what numbers we plug in. So if we have $450,000, top number goes in first, divide down, multiply across, TGIF, right? So
Yeah.
$450,000 divided by $5,400. And what did you get for the GRM? 83.33.
Yeah.
That's not a wrong number. That's right. 83.33.
Yeah. And that's
So
not,
that's
it's just like a number, right? Multiplier.
it's an insignificant number. It's just a number that we're applying to this property because this property in this neighborhood that's getting you 8.66% has a GRM of 83.33.
Got it.
So that's what the GRM is for this property. So we find out now that another property comes on the market for sale. It's another 4-unit building. However, this one has 1 2-bedroom unit and 3 3-bedroom units. How much should we offer on it if we still want to get an 8.66% cap rate on it when we don't have any of the numbers on the property?
We should use the numbers from the other one, right?
All
Mhm.
right. So
In the
we
same
know
area.
we know in this neighborhood that 2-bedroom units are renting for $1,200 and 3 bedrooms for $1,500. So let's
Mhm.
write that over here. Let's just move that over here. If this 2-bedroom is renting for $1,200 and we have 3 bedrooms that are renting for $1,500 a month. So we got 1,500.
So I get 5,700.
So we have 1,500 and we're going to times that by 3. That gives us 4,500
Plus 1,200.
plus the 1,200. That gives us
57.
$5,700 a month, right? And where do we put that number here?
For what? Are we getting GRM?
Yep, this is, we're gonna figure out how much we're gonna offer on this property when we don't have any of the numbers. in order to get that cap rate.
Bottom
So-
left.
But
So,
don't we have to multiply it by 12?
no, because GRM uses your gross monthly income goes at the bottom of the T formula.
Okay, so
You see over here, how do we figure out this one for this property?
yeah. Okay,
There's the gross monthly income, right? We already
Right.
knew what the annual was. We had to plug in the gross monthly.
mhm.
So this one, we want to use the same GRM is what you're saying? And then we'll just plug that in over there?
Yep. So we know that this is in the same neighborhood as the other one. It's another 4-unit building. So we could use, we know that another 4-unit building in this neighborhood is to get an 8.66 cap rate, has a GRM of 83.33. So we just put in 83.33 here. And now we just multiply across.
475,000.
Is that what it comes, 5,700 times 80?
You rounded it up. You rounded it up, right?
Yeah, she rounded it. It's 474,
981.
Yeah, I actually
474,
the original-
981.
in the calculator, so it was like 83.333, whatever, 64, whatever. So it actually came out to exactly 475,000.
Yeah, rounded it up for you.
No, it wasn't just 83.33. I had the original.
Oh, you had the
GRM
original
Oh, okay. All of it.
83.33333333.
Yeah,
times 5,700 came out to 475 flat.
All right,
But that's the only reason, because it was still in the calculator from before.
sure. So you could offer 474, 981 or 475 and you'll still be in that still be over that 8% cap rate range that the guy wanted though, right?
Yeah,
mhm.
that's
You
cool.
see how with none of the information available for this property, none of it, we don't care what their asking price was because that's irrelevant. We're going to
Yeah.
make our offer based on how much money that the buyer wants to make, right?
Cool.
So how did we apply it when we had none of the information available? We know that 2 bedrooms, what they're going for in the neighborhood. We know what 3 bedrooms are going for in the neighborhood. So we guesstimated it. We took those numbers and we put them here. And then we figured out on the property that we had all the income and all the expenses for. We figured out what the GRM was on it, and then we just applied it to this property. And we got our answer. That's how you could use it in real life. I showed you how you could use it in real life.
Right.
Okay. Now for exam, they'll just give you a question straight out to figure out the GRM. They'll say, here's your problem. Here's your problem. They'll give you something like, if a 4-unit building is generating $36,000 per year. All right, hold on. Let me change that one. If it is generating, let's see, $62,000 per year. In income and has $28,000 in annual expenses with a mortgage well, come on, why is freezing up in here? I'm gonna say with a monthly mortgage payment of $2,400 and the realtor charges 6% commission what is the all right. And the realtor charges 6% commission. Oh, I got a good one here. Let me give you. Yeah, I'm not gonna get on with all that. And the realtor charges 6% commission. If the property sold for $425,000, what is the GRM?
Wow.
Well, the cap is 0.08.
What's the first step? You bust out your scrap paper and you do this. Because that's confusing question.
Yes, it is.
So close your eyes and stop looking at the screen for a minute.
12.5.
What number do we need to figure out the GRM? What numbers, what figures do we need to figure out a GRM?
We need the property value divided by the gross monthly income.
So do we have the property value?
Yes, 425,000.
And where does that go?
That goes
On
on the
the-
top.
The bottom.
425 goes
on
up on the
top.
top when you're figuring out GRM. It's
Oh,
reverse.
yes.
It's reverse
Okay.
of the T formula.
I'm
See,
trying
Kate, I thought
to.
you didn't know, Kate.
Well,
Now-
I only know that I'm only paying. I decided to try.
She's slowly easing her way into it. That's okay. She's nervous. It's okay. All right.
Yeah,
So if a 4-unit building is generate 62,000 per year and has income and has 28,000 in annual expenses, well, $62,000 minus the 28,000 in expenses. What does that give us?
34.
2,000. It's $34,000. And this is your NOI, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, that's not your NOI. Wait, why am I giving you your NOI?
Gross.
I don't need any of this shit. What am I doing?
oh my God, you're confusing me.
I know. Well, $62,000 a year is the income, right?
Right.
What number do we need?
62. So you're throwing in a bunch of irrelevant information.
I am. What number do we need?
62,000.
No. Tell me what it is. Don't give me a number.
The gross monthly income. The gross is.
So if we
62.
have the annual income here, what do we got to do?
We have to divide it by 12.
We divide it by 12. And that gives us, oh shit, 62,000 divided by 12. That gives us $5,166 in monthly income. Now we plug it in here, 5,166.
But
So-
why did we plug it there? Tell me why it goes there. That's where the disconnect is for me.
Be-
Why did it go there?
Okay, because for figuring out the GRM, we're using the reverse T formula where the
Mhm.
property value goes up top,
Mm-hmm.
the monthly, the gross
Oh.
monthly income goes on one side and the GRM on the other.
So we have to figure out what the GRM is. So we divide the 5,166 with the 425.
But we got to remember TGIF,
Right.
top number goes in the calculator first. So
Right.
we're plugging in $425,000 into the calculator first.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see this, the division symbol, we divide down, multiply across. So over here, this is a case that we're gonna be dividing down.
So you
425,
divide down and then, but you don't
Divide.
know what to multiply.
well, there's nothing to multiply because we don't have a
Right.
number.
Right,
So,
that's.
so in this case, we're just dividing down.
And then that will be the GRM.
And then that'll give us the GRM, which is what, Kate?
Oh, hold on, I didn't do it, because I'm on my phone.
All right,
on
so am I.
Zoom. Hold on, I'll tell you.
All right, I'm waiting for
Hold
you.
on.
I'm waiting for you, Kate. Come on.
What is that? 5116? Is that the number?
5166.
It's at my calculator says 82.26. So is that?
Yeah,
Then you would be right.
yep. Go,
So what is
Kate.
that? But is that an 8% cap?
No, no, we did this
What is that
problem,
number?
this problem, we don't know a cap. We didn't figure
Oh.
out a cap. This is just the problem that they gave us. This is like the problem that they're gonna give us on exam. We don't, they didn't tell us any cap. We don't have any practical use information of this property. So we're not gonna figure out a cap for this.
So
Right now,
this
this,
number, 82.26, what is, I've never even, like, if that's the real answer, I mean, really? What does that mean?
well, hold on a
I mean,
second.
I don't even see
Okay,
those numbers.
Okay, hold on one second.
Ever.
What is a GRM? It's a number that's used to compare to income generating properties when you don't have all the information on it. All right, so if we had all the information on this property, we could figure out the cap rate like we did on this other problem here. Let me pull it up, move it over to it. See, in this problem, we had all the expenses, we had all the income.
Mhm,
So we figured out what the cap rate was on this property.
right,
So we had another property that was on the market for sale that we had no information for.
right,
In order to figure out the offer price on it, we needed to figure out what the GRM was on this one.
mhm,
So now we took the value of the property and the gross monthly income on this one that we know got us an 8.66% cap rate. And we figured out that the GRM was 83.33.
mhm,
So now we use that number on this property. We plugged in 83.33 after we guesstimated the income to the property, because we know that 3 bedrooms in that neighborhood were going for 1,500 each and the 2 bedrooms were going for 1,200. So we guesstimated the gross monthly income and we multiplied it by the GRM that we got from this property to figure out how much we were going to offer for this building that we had no information for.
mhm,
See, sometimes this could be very useful because in the MLS, a lot of times real estate agents may not put in what the monthly income and or annual or monthly, they may not put in any income or expense information in an MLS.
they generally don't.
And sometimes
Oh,
they have that
sometimes.
information, but they don't disclose it unless you sign non-disclosure agreements.
Right,
And this is just to figure out if it's a property we even want to show at this point to somebody. See, if we do a math problem on one, because we find another property in the neighborhood that does have that information, and so we figure out, we do all the math on it. Now we could take that GRM and apply it to all the other properties in the area, and we could figure out if it's a property we even want to show to the guy without even having to call up the other agents. See how it could save you some time?
yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's how it could be actually used in a practical way. Because I know you're looking for you're looking for the logic behind it. I understand. I'm the same way as you. I'm the same way as you. I look for the logic in things. Otherwise, I'm like, why do I want to learn this shit if I don't see how I could use it? All right. Well, because you need it on an exam. That's why. But let's just start off there for now, because you need it for exam. But
I know,
this
I
is a way
know.
that you could use it in real life. Granted, most agents will never use this.
Yeah.
but I just showed you how you could use it, and it could be very helpful to you. But yet,
Yeah.
most agents, instead of doing a simple math problem, they'll call the agent, they'll sign non-disclosure agreements, they'll go through all that bullshit in order to show a property. Whereas I'll just do a math problem and I'll be like, nah, this property's not even good to show to them. So why am I gonna go through all that,
Right.
right?
These formulas should definitely have written on the desk.
Yeah, 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 exactly. I
Yeah,
mean,
we will have them written down. They'll be part of the fixture. They
Yeah.
just are part of the decoration in the house.
in real life, you could have these formulas written on your desk, for common ones that you could use,
I mean,
Mhm.
But for exam, you need to memorize, I'm going to need the reverse T formula for this. And for the reverse T formula, the value of the property goes up top, the gross monthly income on one side, and then the GRM will be the other. And all right, so that's why the first thing she asked me in this one, well, what's the cap rate? Because I know she's looking for practical purposes. She's like, well, what the hell am I going to use a GRM for?
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
that's why I just went back and I explained to you with that other problem. When you do have one property that you have all the information for and you know what the cap rate on it is, now just figure out what the GRM is on it. Then you could apply that GRM to other properties to get you in the same ballpark.
Okay, so all I need to remember is the T form, which is a T and the division signs and the multiplier. And it's TGIF, but it's the small number on the top.
For the regular,
all-
for the cap
for
rates,
reg-
yes.
Right, and it's the large number on the top for the gross rent multiplier.
Correct.
And you always take the top number and divide it into the lower numbers.
Yep. You divide down.
Divide down.
That's a
Divide
good-
down or multiply across. So if you have a number up top, you're dividing down. And so if you drew the division symbol there, that's dividing down, or you multiply across to figure out what the top number is.
Mhm.
Right.
I think I got it a little bit.
Okay. So your regular T formula, the large numbers on the bottom and the small numbers up top. The reverse T formula, you're reversing those two positions. You're putting the large number up top and the small number on the bottom. But the small number changes what it is. On a cap rate, the small number is the annual net income. On a GRM, the small number is the gross monthly income.
And I get tricked up because like when they give the answer key, they're going to have all the numbers are going to be one of each of those. One's going to be like 450,000, one's going to be 83.36, and one's going to be like a percentage. And I never know like which one I should pick because I don't really understand the question generally.
You know what? I don't think they're going to be throwing in percentages and all kinds of crap like that. They may do this, if anything, to make this. Hold on a second. Gotta move this over. Like this problem that I gave you here for the GRM to figure out.
Mhm.
They'll throw in a bunch of bullshit that you don't need.
Right.
You needed the monthly income, and they didn't give it to you. They gave you an annual. You have to remember to divide it by 12 to get the
Mhm.
monthly and plug it in.
Mhm.
See, if you remember the formula for GRM, it's a reverse T formula for GRM. I need a large number on top, small number on the bottom, and that small number is the gross monthly income. Boom. If they gave you the annual income, just divide it by 12 and you got the monthly.
Mhm.
I mean, you work practically, so you could figure that out. Right?
Yeah. Well, you said in the beginning, like read the question, like the first few words and stop.
Yeah.
And then the next, and then stop. And then, so.
But in this question, overall, you got to read the question first one time and then break it down into read it again and then break it down into chunks, editable chunks. Now, if you read this question the first time through, you're going to be like, holy shit.
Right.
And then ask yourself a question about the question. And the question that I'm going to ask myself about this question is, what is it they want to know?
They want the GRM.
Okay. So stop right there.
Right.
how do you figure out, and now I'm going to ask myself a question. How do you figure out the GRM before I ever look at the problem again? What do
The
I
large
need to
number
figure
on
out the
top.
GRM? I need the reverse T formula. That's the
Mhm.
large number on top. That's the value of the property. And the small number on the bottom. But what is the small number for the GRM? It's the gross monthly incomes. So I don't need any other numbers except for the income.
Mhm.
And the income's right here, 62,000, but that's the yearly. I need the
Right.
monthly. So divided by 12 and plug in the numbers. Boom. TGIF.
Yeah,
Easy peasy, nice and easy, right?
kind of, but not really.
I know you got to remember the formula. I know it's, but this is the process. This is the thought process, like how I just read it. I just explained to you the thought process I would go through to figure this out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I read the question once and I'm like, my mind is spinning. So I ask myself a
But
question.
you-
What the hell is it that they're asking here? They want
So
the
Vicky, can I
GRM,
ask
like
you a
you said.
question?
Okay, so then I'll stop looking at the question and say, I'll ask myself, how do you figure out the GRM? You need the reverse T formula. That's the large number on top and the small number on the bottom. But what's the small number? It's the gross monthly income for the GRM. And then we go from there. Where's the income?
So
There
it
Victor,
is.
Victor, can I ask a question? So
No,
with you-
of course you
with
can.
With you recording this is not gonna show in the recording?
Yeah, it is. I'm recording
Okay,
it.
because I'm a little slow with this. This gonna take me some time.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little overwhelming.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Well,
That's why I always get tripped up on the math. It's like, ugh.
Right. And I mean, he repeating it is good, but then when you go to take the exam, it's like you so overwhelmed, you so nervous. It's like you start sweating, and it's a lot.
The last real estate exam I took, which was like 5 years ago, there was literally like 2 or 3 math questions on it. Like, it was like God like
well,
knew
on the
that
school exam, you're getting 4, and on the state exam, you're getting 8.
So 12 total.
Between the 2 exams, yeah.
So if you got all the math wrong, you would fail. You would just fail.
No. You're allowed to get 33 questions wrong and pass the exam. But if you
Oh.
skip
So it's
all them,
okay if you get all the math
if you
wrong.
skip all the math, you're getting 8 questions wrong right off the bat. So don't do that.
Right.
Look, remember, I gave you guys this math how-to study guide too, that shows you step by step how to do all the math problems. How
I
to
need
use
to
the T
find that.
formula. You
Yeah.
know, calculating GRM using the reverse T formula. I go step by step for you, you know?
Yeah. Where is that?
That's in the shared Google Drive.
Right. Class link stock.
It's the, hold on. Where is my browser? Okay, so let me go to the shared drive. Okay, in the supplement materials,
Study resources.
and a supplement, it's called supplemental materials folder.
Oh,
There's the one that
Oh.
says print me math problems.
print me math. Okay. I'll have to look for it.
I should rename it to math how-to study guide. Here, let me try doing that. I got to redo the guide too. Anyway, I want to redo it because I think our slides are even more a little bit better for than some of those problems now. Some of them, but it's pretty good though still. Rename the damn
Victor
thing.
and everybody, I'm sure this is a really dumb question, but when are we supposed to take the school exam? Do we just like choose when we're taking it or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks.
Okay, so we just did a cap rate and a GRM problem. Boom. And in the slideshow, you guys are seeing the slideshow again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I put a couple of these problems, cap rate math. I do these problems with the walkthrough on it on the slideshow here as well. Here's another one for figuring out the GRM for that same problem. This is the same problem. I figured out the GRM for it. Right? Here's another GRM problem that I'm doing for you. Another GRM problem. And now I'm giving you a how do you calculate the value? All right, so how to calculate value. This is probably one of the harder math problems that you get.
Stop it.
Calculating appreciation and depreciation. Okay. And then the following slide does it step by step. It breaks it down how to figure it out. But I'm going to skip that for right now because I just want to finish the definitions, the terms and definitions in this chapter. And so that we could finish the chapter up, and then we're going to go back and do that last math problem of this chapter. Plus, it'll give Kate an opportunity to catch her breath and get unstressed. Right?
Thank you.
You're
Yes.
welcome. You're welcome.
Yes.
I know I was saying another problem that was harder, and I could feel you going, oh.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right. We'll go back and we'll do it. Let's finish the terminology and such first. Okay. So, and do all of our highlights. So let me make sure we got everything highlighted that we needed to highlight up to this point in the book. All right, on page 284. 284, you're gonna highlight the word reconciliation. And then we're gonna highlight the first line. If more than one of the three approaches to value are applied to the same property, that's the definition of reconciliation. Before all the math problems, we have that. Here we go. Reconciliation, right, is when you apply more than one of the three approaches to value below to the same property. It's called reconciliation. That itself, understanding that definition, could be a could be a question on exam. All right. And then the book is just going over how an appraiser decides what approach that they're going to use. And then we have, let's see, appraising, section on appraising. It talks about why do people get appraisals done? Well, before we get into that, let's say appraising is conducted by skilled licensed professionals called appraisers. Appraisers must be licensed. Appraisers charge fees for appraising. And there are several types of appraisal licenses, appraiser licenses, which we're going to go over in a few. A CMA is an estimate of value by real estate licensees and must never be called an appraisal. We learned that like chapter 2 though, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So here are some reasons for getting an appraisal done. You know, it's on page 285, but there's some reasons why we get appraisals done. For estate purposes, when somebody dies, right? To figure out what the value of the estate is so that we can distribute the assets to heirs and such, and for taxing it. For divorce proceedings, how are we gonna equitably split the assets of the couple? For financing reasons, when you're trying to obtain financing to purchase, to acquire real estate, the lender's gonna wanna make sure that the value of their collateral is there. Otherwise, they won't lend you the money, right? For taxation reasons, to figure out what the taxes are, they're based on the value of the property. Ad valorem, what does ad valorem mean?
At value.
According to value. Ad valorem means according to value, and the general real estate property tax is based on the value of the home. For relocation reasons, when you have corporate relocation companies, sometimes they will purchase a property if we can't sell it within a certain time. So then they would want an appraisal done on the property. For condemnation purposes, what is condemnation? It's the court process of seizing a property due to using the government's power of eminent domain. Or for insurance reasons, you have homeowners insurance. They're going to want an appraiser to figure out the costs to do whatever replacements and such. For damage or loss, for tax deduction purposes. For feasibility studies, sometimes the government wants to figure out values of things. Is it feasible for them to buy out all the homes in the area because we're going to redraw the floodplain maps and we just don't want the homes there? You know, that stuff has happened in recent years, hasn't it? I could tell you a lot of people in Woodbridge and other areas that the city or state bought their property because they tore down all the homes if the people didn't agree to raise them like 20 feet in the air or whatever the hell their requirement was, right? All right, so the appraisal process. Okay, state the problem, list the data, gather, record information, determine the highest and best use, estimate the land value, estimate the value of each using each of the three approaches, reconcile the estimated value and report the final value estimate. This is what the appraiser does. So they do that on their statement. We call ours CMA, the comparative market analysis, where we compare at least 3 comparable properties on a report. The appraisers refer to it as a uniform residential, appraisal report. And you'll see a blank one on the coming pages, but under the appraisal process, you guys see the section titled appraisal process?
Yes, see it.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
On yours, Kate, I'm not sure which bullet point it is, but on one of those bullet points, you're going to see it says Uniform Standards Professional Appraisal Practice USPAP, USPAP. You see that in one of those bullet points? USPAP. Just look for that abbreviation. It's gonna be in all capital letters.
I know, I don't see it, but, oh, I see it. Yeah.
Okay. So just highlight those words, Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, USPAP. Just highlight that.
Yep.
And then you should see another bullet point that says MAI, member of the Appraisal Institute. For everybody else, that's going to be on page 288. Did everybody else get the USPAP part? The last bullet, next to last bullet point on page 285?
No,
Highlighted.
what was it?
Okay, for everybody else on page
No, sorry,
285,
let me
at the
see.
bottom of the page, next to the last bullet point, you highlighted Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, USPAP.
Got it.
Then turn 2 pages, and on page 288, you're going to highlight in the 3rd paragraph, at the end of the line, you're going to highlight MAI, member of the Appraisal Institute.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So I created this slide that explains these 2 items and all the appraiser license types. This is probably easier to study from. It's in one place. This is for state exam. State exam is going to have questions on the appraisal licenses and these memberships. So what is MAI? MAI is somebody who's a member of the Appraisal Institute. USPAP is a national standards of professional appraisal practice. It's a class, a 15-hour class that all appraisers are required to take periodically. Let me explain it better so that you guys have a working understanding. When you guys get your real estate licenses, so we could relate better, you guys are probably going to become members of the local Realtors Association, right? Or NAR, right? What NAR, National Associations of Realtors, is to us, MAI is to appraisers. They become members of the Appraisal Institute. Make sense? See how you can compare them?
Mhm.
We become members of NAR, appraisers become members of MAI. Now, when we become members of NAR, NAR wants us to take a class every 2 years called the Realtors Code of Ethics training class. What the Realtors Code of Ethics training class is to us, USPAP is to appraisers. They take a uniform standard of professional appraisal practice course. Got it?
Mhm.
Now for exams, I don't think you even need to remember what MAI or USPAP is. As long as you understand it has something to do with appraisers, the way that they worded on the question on the state exam, you'll get it right.
Cool.
Okay? But either way, I explained it to you. So in case they ask it in a new way, what NAR is to us, MAI is to appraisers. What Realtors Code of Ethics is to us is what USPAP is to appraisers.
Victor,
Yes.
are these like trade unions like SAG is for actors, or
Well, it's
yeah, I don't really.
yeah, it's an organization. I mean, I guess you could try to call it a union. I guess that's how you could try to equate it in some way to maybe like a union, although
Yeah.
it's not a union. but yeah. Okay.
Okay.
It's just joining a club, but you
Okay.
got to be licensed to be a part of that club.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there's 4 appraiser licenses. Gotta get more sleep. There's 4 appraisal type licenses. We're going to start off, any appraiser starts off as an apprentice trainee. In order to become an apprentice trainee, all this stuff is under the profession of appraising. In 14 version book, it's on page 288, but it's all under the profession of appraising classification. Halfway down the page, it says, to begin the requirements for required hours for licensure as an appraiser, a beginner can earn the status of apprentice trainee after they take a 90-hour course and pass a state exam. Let me remind you, you guys are here taking a 75-hour course in various topics. In order to become an apprentice trainee, imagine taking a 90-hour class just on the crap in this chapter. Right?
Wow.
And you can't even work on your own. You're just a gopher peon at this point at the entry level at appraiser. All right. You're probably doing all the work, all the grunt work, and the other appraisers are taking the credit and getting the big pay. So the next step in that process is you want to become a licensed residential appraiser. In order to do that, you need to take another class, which is a 150-hour class, and pass another exam, and have at least 2,000 hours of experience in not less than 12 months while working as that apprentice trainee. So in order to become a licensed residential appraiser, you have to be an apprentice trainee for at least a year doing at least 2,000 hours of appraisal work. So you're going to be working underneath a licensed appraiser that's going to sign off on that for you. Then a licensed residential appraiser cannot work on their own either. They have to work under either a certified residential appraiser or a certified general appraiser. Okay, so let's see. How do we become a certified residential appraiser, you may ask? Well, for applicants for certification as a residential appraiser have to have an associate's degree. Wait, you got to have a college degree for this crap? Well, some politician put that in as a additional requirement after the mortgage meltdown stuff, because they ran out of people to point the fingers at. So they were like, it's the appraisers. They're the ones that kept raising the value. No, they based it off of supportable evidence. So they said, we'll introduce a higher, more stringent education standard that will prevent this problem from happening in the future. You know, that's the BS that politicians will throw at you. But in reality, let's take a look and see what the stringent education standard that will prevent appraisers from overvaluing properties in the future. You have to have an associate's degree or higher. Wait, in what? Liberal arts? Yep, don't matter. How's that going to make you a better appraiser? It ain't.
Yeah.
But if you don't have that associate's degree, you can substitute 21 semester credits in English, economics, math, business, or law courses. And the student must also complete another 200 hours in approved appraisal classes and have 2,500 hours of experience as a licensed residential appraiser and not less than 2 years of working as that. And check this out. Once you become a certified residential appraiser, now you could have a licensed residential appraisers and apprentice trainees working underneath you. However, what can you appraise? Look at the slide I have up here. You could only appraise residential property under $1 million. And you can appraise commercial property, but only under the supervision of working under a certified general appraiser. So you'll get questions on state exam, they'll ask you questions like that. What kind of appraiser license is required to do an appraisal? That's a trick question. Any of them. You have to have an appraiser's license to do an appraisal, because appraising is a profession that requires licensure.
Mhm.
All right, now if they ask you a question this way, what type of appraiser's license is required to appraise a shopping mall, a strip mall, valued, whatever the value is?
Certified general appraiser?
Certified.
What type of appraiser's license is required to value a residential property sold for $1.2 million?
Certified general.
Certified.
Certified general appraiser. So your answer is probably going to be certified general appraiser usually on those exams. So you just need to know now. Remember, I keep teaching you throughout this course. Anytime you hear that word general, general can do more, right? Certified general appraiser can appraise more, right? Right, Vic.
Right.
Right.
All right. So certified general appraiser can appraise any property. There's no monetary caps on the value of the properties. If you guys want to learn more about becoming certified, any of the appraiser licenses, you could go, their appraisers licenses are managed by the New Jersey Consumer Affairs Real Estate Appraisal Division. They're based in, Halsey Road or something like that in Newark. They manage the licenses for all the appraisers. All right, so in order to become a certified general appraiser, you have to have a bachelor's degree in what? don't matter. And you could substitute 30 semester credit hours in the courses above, and 2 elective courses in accounting, geography, AG economics, business management, or real estate, in addition to another 300 hours of approved appraisal courses, and an apprenticeship of 3,000 hours, with at least half of that time has to in not less than 2.5 years. And at least half of those hours, 1,500 of those hours, have to be spent on doing non-residential appraisals. Highlights: unlike residential appraisers, certified residential appraisers have no monetary caps on the properties they can appraise.
Where is this? On like,
For everybody with the 14 version book, it's on the top of page 289. Certified general appraiser can appraise any property without monetary caps. That's basically what you got to know. And what's the most that a residential appraiser can appraise? Residential properties at $1 million, capped at $1 million. Anything else has to be certified by a certified residential appraiser or by an appraiser that's under their supervision.
okay.
Okay?
Vic, can you say that again?
Yes.
Because
Hey.
a lot of the properties that I don't know. I mean, God willing, they're going to be over $1 million. I didn't know that. That's just in the state of New Jersey?
Yeah, it's probably everywhere, but in the state of New Jersey, that's the rule here.
So say it again, please.
Sure. A certified, okay, any of the residential properties under $1 million can be appraised by residential appraisers, all those residential appraisal type licenses.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to appraise a commercial property over $1 million, a commercial property or any residential property over $1 million
Uh-huh.
or land, requires a certified general appraiser to appraise it.
Okay. Got it.
However,
So the difference is certified. It's just,
well, you could have a
Well, is that
certified
the-
residential appraiser too, though.
so it's certified general.
The certified general appraiser.
Okay,
If
got
you're
it.
going to have anybody working under you, you have to have one of the certified licenses.
Uh-huh.
See, a
Okay.
certified residential appraiser can have an apprentice trainee or a licensed residential appraiser under them.
Hmm.
But still, they're limited. They could only do residential appraisals on properties under $1 million. Certified general appraiser can appraise anything.
Okay.
A certified residential appraiser can appraise anything as well if they're under the supervision of a certified general appraiser.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, in order for a certified residential appraiser to become a certified general appraiser, they have to do at least 1,500 hours of appraisals in commercial property,
Right.
but under the supervision of a certified general appraiser,
Right.
because they can't do it otherwise on their own. So
Uh-huh.
basically, they become the gopher, like an apprentice trainee again, but for a certified general appraiser.
Mm-hmm.
They have them running around and doing, hey, you want me to certify your hours of training to get your more advanced license? Then you're going to be my gopher.
Right.
You know, they do the same stuff in the home inspection industry, right? You got to work under a licensed New Jersey home inspector to become a licensed New Jersey home inspector for so many inspections. Yeah. Which, by the way, that's a class that I'm trying to work on offering in the future too. Those classes are expensive. I didn't realize how expensive they are to become a home inspector. I remember back in the day, you used to be able to take a correspondence course through the mail.
Wow.
All right. All right, here's a math problem about calculating depreciation, but we're going to do this math problem in a little while. Let me see, is that and calculating appreciation straight line versus, okay. So I got a bunch of math problems for all kinds of stuff at the end of this slideshow, from GRM, cap rates, how to use a T formula, calculating appreciation, there's two methods of doing it. So, yeah, let's start off with this. I got a problem here, right here on this slide. So this is probably one of the harder math questions that you get. In order to calculate depreciation, what is depreciation?
Loss of value.
It's a loss of value due to any cause or condition. So in order to calculate depreciation, this is part of the cost approach to value. Remember, in the cost approach to value, where is it?
Frozen?
In the cost approach to value, I'm trying to get back to it over here. Here's the steps. They estimate the value of the land put to its highest and best use. Then they estimate the cost to construct the building. Then they estimate the accrued depreciation of the asset. Okay, so this math problem is showing how they estimate depreciation, how they calculate the cost of, how they calculate depreciation. Okay, so this is that part. That's what this math problem is. It's that part. And didn't I tell you that we'll never do the cost approach to value in real life? Which is why I don't know why they have us do it on exam. But this is usually a math problem on state exam for some reason. State exam. Let's get through all these slides. All right. And the question you'll get on state exam is usually worded like this one. If a property was purchased 3 years ago and it depreciated 2% per year, using the compound method, if today's value is $290,000, how much was it purchased for? Okay, so there's a couple of steps here. First of all, anytime you're calculating anytime you're calculating value, you're trying to calculate 100% of it. Value means 100%, doesn't it? Yeah, Vic, we're with you. Okay, so value means 100%. So that's the first step. What you would do is you would write on your scrap paper 100%. So the question said if a property was purchased 3 years ago and it depreciated 2% per year, so depreciation is subtracting from 100%. So we're going to do 100% minus 2%. That gives us 98% or 0.98, right? Now they tell us
Yes.
today's value is $290,000. How much was it bought for? So are we trying to determine the current value or a value in the past?
The value in the past.
All right, so you see this step here, I show you some directions here. When trying to figure out a value in the past, you're going to divide. When trying to figure out the current or future value, you're going to multiply. So the next step is we're going to take the value, today's value of the property of $290,000, and we're going to write that down. We're trying to figure out a value in the past, so we're going to divide by 0.98. And we're going to do it one time for each year, because this was purchased 3 years ago. So we're going to do that one time for each year. You follow what I'm doing here?
Because it says 2% per year.
Yep. And so
3
we got to
years
do
ago.
that once for each year.
Okay.
So we do it for the first year, 290,000 divided by 98%. That gives us 295,918. Take that 295,918, divide it by 0.98 again. That gives us 301,957. Take that number, divide it by 0.98 again, and we purchased that property 3 years ago for 308,119. Now, how do I know this is the right answer? Because the number should be larger. Because if it depreciated and I bought it 3 years ago and today's value is 290, then that means that I bought it for more money and it lost value because depreciation is a loss of value, right?
Right.
So 308 is larger than 290, so that's got to be the right answer.
Okay.
That's a lot of steps. I know it only looks like 2, but
It's,
There's a lot of steps there. Is
yeah.
there an easier way to figure that out?
unfortunately not.
Okay.
That's why I said
You
this-
think this might be on the test?
it's probably on your state exam.
Wow. Wow.
So
That's one of the 33 I know I'll be getting wrong.
wait a
Me
minute.
too.
Wait a minute. That's using the compound method. You would only use that method if they told you to. See, this problem said a property was purchased 3 years ago. It depreciated 2% per year using the compound method. If today's value is 290, how much is it worth today? Or how much did you purchase it for? So they told you to use the compound method. That's why we did this approach. But if they don't say to use the compound method, there's another way to figure out called the straight line method. So if they tell you to use the straight line method, or if they don't tell you what method to use, you're going to use straight line method. So basically, if a property was purchased 3 years ago and it depreciated 2% per year, we're going to do, well, 2% times 3 years is 6%. It depreciated, so we're going to subtract that from 100. That gives us 0.94. And instead of doing the math problem once for each year, we're going to do it once. 290 divided by 94% is 308,510.
There's your answer, Kate.
Okay, I can handle that one.
Right.
Got it.
That
That
was more
was the
simple.
easier, softer way.
Uh-huh.
But it depends. It depends on which way they tell you to do it. If they tell you to do it
Right.
a certain way, you
How
gotta
would we,
do it
how
one
would
way
they
or the
know?
other.
Because it's going to be in the question, isn't
It
it?
is.
No,
in the
but it's
question, right?
multiple choice. They don't ask to see the work, right?
Well, yeah, but you got 4 options. You're gonna guess.
Oh, yeah, because they're not the same answer. Okay, so 308, 119 is the compound method answer, and the straight line method is 308, 510. So that's
Correct.
how they would know. Okay.
Correct. It's not gonna get you the same answer. It's gonna,
Right.
you know, I mean, when you got money in your bank account, do you want your money to, do you want that interest to compound? Or do you want them to use the straight line method on you?
I want a straight line.
Well, in this case, it comes out more, so you want the straight line, but normally when your interest is compounding, when you're adding, compounding is better. Compounding is also more accurate than straight line.
Mm. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's all right. We're gonna do, we're gonna pull it up on the whiteboard. I'm gonna give you another problem like that. Okay.
I see I'm gonna put this recording on in my sleep tonight, and I'm going to sleep with your voice, Victor.
She said she's gonna learn by osmosis. Did you guys just hear that?
Yes.
You know what? You're not the first one to say that. You know what? I've had plenty of women take this class with me before and tell me that their husbands are getting jealous because they listen to the recordings. I used to have only audio recordings, and they used to go to bed listening to my voice, where the husband's getting jealous because like, who's this guy you're listening to all the time? You know, it's like you listen to him more than you listen to me. All right. So no, that's not it. These are GRM and stuff. Okay, so I got to pull up another slide for this straight line method stuff, or for this depreciation problems. What is this? I don't have this labeled. La-da-da. There we go. Math depreciation 2. So that means there must be a math depreciation 1 somewhere. That's all right. We'll just go with this one. I think this is the last one I did anyway. All right. So if you purchased a property if you purchased a property 3 years ago and the property depreciated 2% per year using the compound method, if today's value is 250, how do you figure this out? Let me first stop sharing that for a moment so that I can erase the whiteboard so that we could do these problems together. Uh-oh. Lost my whiteboard pen. Ah, here it is, hiding out underneath the folder. So much shit in front of me. All right. La-dee-dee-dee-dee. Do, 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 do. Ba, 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 bum, bum, bum. Just resetting these whiteboards here. I already got the problem typed in. So the question is, if you purchased a property for an unknown amount 3 years ago, and the property depreciated 2% per year using the compound method, if today's value is $250,000, how much did we buy it for? Remember, we're starting off with 100%. When dealing with value, we're starting off with 100% of it. So what is the process? What do I do?
So we're gonna do 100% divided by 2. I mean, right? Yes, 98%.
Hold on.
Well, minus.
Walk me through what it is that we're doing.
We need to get the 2% from 100.
So what are we doing? How do we do that? We
100%
subtract.
minus
It's a
2.
loss of values. Depreciation's a loss of value. So we're subtracting 2% from 100.
Right,
That gives us 98.
98%.
And we already know what today's value is. So that's our starting point, $250,000. And we're trying to figure out a value in the past. How do you
Right.
figure out a value in the past? Well, here. If it's a past value, you divide. If it's a current or future value, you multiply. So what are we doing?
We're gonna divide 98%.
Uh-huh. So we're gonna divide. So it's divided by 0.98. And we're gonna do that once. Whatever the answer is, we're gonna divide that by 0.98 again, because we're doing it once for every year, right?
Right,
And then we're gonna divide it by that again, whatever the answer is. And then that would give us our
answer.
final answer. Right?
Mhm.
Right.
So now we just pull out the calculator and plug the numbers in. $250,000. I put too many zeros. $250,000 divided by 98, either percent, or you could hit 0.98. And I hit enter, and that gives us 1 year ago, it was worth how much?
255, 10204.
255,102. I'll just stick it at that. We're gonna round it to the dollar.
Okay,
So now I'm gonna take that 255,102. And listen, look what I'm doing. I'm just rounding it to the dollar, what I'm writing here, but I'm keeping the numbers in the calculator. I'm just gonna hit the equal sign again. And it tells me the next year,
26308.
260,308. 260,308. I'm gonna hit equal sign one more time, and this way I don't gotta keep typing the whole problem in.
Mhm.
And what is our final answer?
265, 620. 62. Well, we're rounding it, right? So
And 60, yeah, we could round it to 62 cents.
62.
Yeah. Correct. That's it.
It's
Now-
so much easier when you show it.
Yeah, when I'm walking you
Yeah,
through.
it's not bad now. It's just trying to remember when to multiply and when to divide.
So wait. So you're telling me that it's easier if you remember the formula.
Right.
Yeah,
So you're not so you're not saying the math is hard at all.
No, it's
No.
not. When you did
It's
it
the
just now, it wasn't
formulas
that
we need
hard.
to remember.
and the way it's worded, it's like, oh, can you just say, like,
I'm telling you, this is exactly the way they're going to word it on exam.
goodness,
That wasn't that bad.
no.
You know, so if they didn't tell us to use the compound method, what are we going to do? We're going to use a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
And the straight line problem works the same way. It starts with 100%, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what? We're trying to figure out, did it appreciate or depreciate? It depreciated. So if it says depreciation, we write a minus sign.
Mm-hmm.
Because depreciation is a loss of value. But straight line method, instead of doing it once for each year, we're only going to do the math problem one time.
Mm-hmm.
So we take the number of years multiplied by the rate of depreciation. 3 times 2 equals 6.
6.
And we're going to minus 6 from 100. 0.94, right?
Mm-hmm.
And $250,000. We're still trying to determine the value of the property in the past. So what do?
Divide by 94%.
So we divide by 0.94%. And whatever that answer is our answer.
265, 957, 44, or 45, because it's above 5.
Yep. So the answer would be, 265, 957.
And so they'll specify if they want us to do straight line or compound?
They will specify if they want you, yes, they will specify, but if they don't specify, you're using straight line.
Okay.
Not that hard, right? When you got the formula. This is just basically the key though. You got to know the formula. Divide when figuring out a past value, multiply for current or future value. Like this problem here. Let me delete this really quick. Ooh. Not any. All right, so in this problem, look at that. That's when I had shapes. I was delete. All right, so in this problem, if you purchase a property for $300,000 3 years ago, and the property depreciated 2% per year using the compounding method, what is today's value? So what's my steps? What do I do? Where do I start?
100%.
I'm starting with 100% because I'm trying to figure out the value, and value is 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and did it appreciate or depreciate?
Depreciated.
So I'm still subtracting.
Mm-hmm. 2%, which is 98%.
So 2%, which is 0.98. All right. And
Mm-hmm.
so now I got to do, because it's compounding, I'm going to do 3 problems, right? So I'm going to write 1, 2, 3. I'm prepping myself because I know I got to do 3 math problems here. And the number we have is $300,000. So we're going to start off with 300,000. And now are we trying to figure out a value in the past or a current or future value?
Pass.
Current value.
The current or future value we're trying to figure out here. We know that we bought it for 300,000. We want to find out what it's worth today.
Oh, today's
So how do we do this?
multiply.
See, this is the step right here that could screw you.
Right.
But usually they're going to ask you for a past value anyway. Okay. So it's 300,000 times 0.98. And we're going to do this problem 3 times, times 0.98 times 0.98. Boom, 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 boom. 300,000 times 98% or 0.98 1 year ago was 294. Two years ago was 288. Wait, are we going in the right direction here?
Yes, because it's depreciating.
Oh, okay.
Mhm,
Yeah, because now they gave us the past value
mhm.
and we want to know the current value. If it depreciated, we should be going down, where before we were going up with our number, right? But we were trying to figure out how much we bought it for. So
Right.
that makes sense. See, if that's how we stop right here to see if we're doing it right. If these numbers are going smaller or larger, depending on what we're looking for, right? The past value or current value, right? All right, so and then 3 years ago, we bought this property for 282,
357.
357, 60.
60.
Right. Looking good, right? All right.
Yeah.
That's the math for this chapter. So, and you can see in the at the end of the chapter, I got all these other additional math problems. If you guys wanted to walk through them again, you could look at the slideshows here. I put all these examples up here on the slideshows for you guys of problems that you could try to do on your own, and then look at the slideshow if you needed to reference it again. See, I'll walk you through each step of key formula and how you could correct the math with the same problem, how you could ask it a different way with the same problem, how to use the cap rates. I gave you a cap rate problem. I gave you GRM problems, and that's it. So let's do the key terms to review for chapter 16. Chapter 16 has a lot of terminology that you'll get on exam.
Hey, Victor.
Yes.
Do you mind later on adding to the slides? There were 1 or 2 chapters where I didn't have a pen at all in my whole freaking place, so I couldn't write down the answers. So could you possibly just like add pictures of, you know, the answers to the slides for the past ones? To that,
What pass? This chapter you're talking about?
no, it was like last week. I didn't have a freaking pen in the whole place. So one of the days I missed just all of the key term answers, writing them down. I just went through them with you, but I don't have.
They're in the back of the book.
Oh, cool.
They're in the back of the book on page 5 something or other. 589, they start for all the chapters. You have the answers to the key terms and the review questions for all the chapters are in the back of the book.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Got it.
All right, so let's do those key terms to review now for the chapter 16, shall we?
Yeah.
All right. A lot of questions from this chapter that you may see on exam too, which also includes the math, you know, the terms and the math, okay? So analysis of income, including rental and other factors.
Cost approach.
Well, using the income and other factors.
Income approach.
That would be the gross income multiplier.
Okay.
10A.
Okay.
Because remember, the gross income multiplier uses the GRM plus income from other sources like concession stands, other sources, other factors, right? So analysis of rental income used roughly in the sales comparison approach.
Gross rent multiplier.
11 is B, correct. Use of land that yields the most money.
Comparables.
Highest and best use.
Highest and best use, 12 is C. Appraisal technique that analyzes the cost to build.
Cost approach.
6 is D, the cost approach. Analysis of value on property using returns on investment.
Income approach.
13 is E. extra that contributes to the owner's satisfaction, like clean air, nice views, and so on.
Amenity,
It is an amenity. One
Amenity.
is F. Loss of value due to any cause or condition.
appreciation,
7 is
Appreciation.
G, depreciation. Loss of value due to factors beyond the property's boundaries.
external obsolescence.
8 is H, external obsolescence, correct. Didn't sound too sure there almost. Loss of value due to worn or outdated features.
Functional obsolescence.
Functional.
9 is I, functional obsolescence. Process of estimating the value.
Appraisal.
2 is J, rate of return demanded by investors in a particular area.
Cap rate,
Cap rate.
Capitalization or cap rate. 4 is K. Similar nearby property recently sold.
Comparables.
Comparables.
It's a comparable or a comp. 5 is L. An independent person trained to provide an unbiased estimate or opinion of value.
Appraiser.
Appraiser.
An appraiser. 3 is M. All right, everybody got those?
Yeah.
So let's go on to key terms. 2. Analysis of values received by different appraisal approaches.
Sales comparison approach.
When you use more than one of the 3 approaches to value and apply
Reconciliation.
property, it is
Oh,
called
reconciliation.
Yep, so 4 is A. 4 is A. A cost to rebuild exactly using materials like the original.
production costs,
6, what?
Replacement.
No, wait.
Reproduction.
Cost to, wait, which one did I read here?
B.
Okay, cost to rebuild exactly using materials like the original. If you want to get it exactly, what was it again? Somebody's
Replace. Replacement.
reproduction.
B.
Remember, why do you have kids? To make little exact copies of
Reproduce.
yourself, and you call that
Right.
reproduction, right? Not that you really do that. I'm just, you know. All right, 6 is B, but I don't know, reproduction cost. 6 is B. Now, cost to rebuild using today's materials and techniques.
That's
not
replacement.
necessarily an exact duplicate. That would be replacement. 5 is C.
Mhm.
What the property actually sells for.
market price,
Market price.
The market price, that's the selling price. So 1 is D. A location and the buyer's willingness to pay more for certain locations. We call that,
no, wait, what?
what? Spit it out.
Situs.
Situs, situs, what have you? Yes. 8 is E. Loss of value due to wear and tear.
Physical deterioration,
3 is F, physical deterioration. A parcel of real estate being appraised.
subject property,
It is referred to as the subject property. 9 is G. A present worth of future benefits. That could be described as
value,
Wait, what number
Yes.
we on? What number? Oh.
11 is H. 11 is H, value. Price that would be paid by an informed buyer.
give value,
Market.
Market value. 2 is I. Principle that no one pays more if the same can be had for less.
7, sales comparison approach.
7 is K. Yes, it is.
No, J.
Oh, wait, hold on.
No, sorry, J.
Principle that no one pays more if the same can be had for less. No, that's substitution. 10 is J, and then I just gave you 7 is K. Appraisal technique that analyzes the sales price of comparable properties. That would be the
yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
approach, yeah. 7,
comparative comparison. Or is it 7K? 7K. Sales comparison approach or comparative approach or comparison approach. There you go. try to do it off my memory all the time, and my memory is not always that great. So there you go, sales comparison approach. So 7 is K. All right, so we have, let me read them straight down, right? You got questions on them? Is that what somebody wanted?
No, I was gonna say substitution is the principle that no one pays more if you can.
Yes, it is. That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, so it was, those last two was 10 was J and 7 was K. Okay. Okay, so the next chapter we're going to do is about investment brokerages, and it's a lot of investor speak terminology that we're going to be learning about, some tax information, but it's mostly about selling businesses, and then when you're selling commercial property for business purposes, some of the tax benefits you can get and such. So Chapter 17. Chapter 17, investment and business brokerage. Okay. It'd help if I had the right chapter open, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It had a 7 in it. What do you want? I passed out on the couch and I got up really quick. I was like, oh my God, I gotta get back up there. There we go. That's the right one. Chapter 17, investment and business brokerages. All right. So we're going to talk about advantages of investing in real estate, a lot of the investor lingo, the Uniform Commercial Code, that's a different UCC. We learned already about the Uniform Construction Code, that's a different UCC. And we'll be hitting that up again in chapter 18. So investing in real estate, some of the advantages of using real estate as the investment. Well, why do we invest in anything? To get some kind of a return on the investment, right? So what is leverage? It's using borrowed money to our advantage. Let's see how the book defines it. Well, it basically uses borrowed money to purchase real estate with the hopes that if you hold on to it long enough, you're going to, your investment is going to increase in value, and therefore you'll be able to pay that money back and also earn some more money on it. So using borrowed money in this way is called leverage. All right, so inflation as a hedge. Okay, property values go up with the market simply by holding on to the property long enough. Okay, those are all the advantages of it. Well, you also have tax advantages, right? You have write-offs if you're having real estate as the investment vehicle, right? What are some of the disadvantages of investing in real estate? Well, it's not highly liquid over the short period of time. You're not going to buy real estate and sell it later on in the week and or even in a month for that matter and make money off of it. It's not like stocks and bonds where you could buy it in the morning, sell it in the afternoon, and it could have gone up in value. So that's what they mean by liquidity. You know, you're not going to buy real estate and sell it quickly without taking some sort of a loss on it. So let's actually highlight that on page 296, the disadvantages of real estate investment. Unlike stocks and bonds, real estate's not highly liquid over a short period of time. This means that an investor cannot usually sell real estate quickly without taking some sort of a loss. So requires expert legal and taxation, tax advice, and there's a possible high level of risk when investing in real estate. Now, as the investment, property can be held for appreciation. You hold on to it long enough, the values could go up because over the long term, real estate market is cyclical. Over the long term, the values are pretty good. You know, if you're buying in the short term, is real estate a good investment or not? Well, that all depends. Real estate investment over the short term We got some blank ones here. There's nothing on that. Okay, so real estate over the short term, you know, it's real estate markets are cyclical. Boom, 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 boom. Over the long term, you can be pretty sure that you're, you know, you buy real estate, it's going to appreciate over time. But for the short term, are we buying in the upswing? Or are we buying in this downswing of things? Okay, that's what's difficult to say. So if I'm buying real estate today in this point in time, am I over here buying it when it's going down, or am I at this point here buying it when it's going up in the up cycle? Okay, but if you hold on to it for the long term, you can be pretty sure that you're going to be getting a return on that investment. So we hold on to real estate long enough, it's going to appreciate. We could also generate income for the property. So we could also earn money on real estate as an investment by renting it out. So there's different ways that we could use real estate as the investment. So that would be the cash flow that we earn from that property. Cash flow is spendable income after expenses. So let's highlight that under cash flow title. Cash, the object of owning income property is to generate spendable income called cash flow. That's after expenses, your spendable income. Pyramiding through refinancing. All right, what is pyramiding through refinancing? Nothing you're going to get on exams or nothing, but I'll just explain it to you anyway, because the end of the chapter gives you questions on this stuff. What is pyramiding through refinancing? Can we buy real estate with having fairly small amount of cash? I mean, you could get an FHA loan,
Yes.
only 3.5% down, right? So let's say my first house I buy is going to be a 4-family house. I move in it, I'm living in it. I could refinance it after I build a little equity in it. I could then refinance it into a conventional loan. Then I could use another FHA loan to buy another 4-family house. Rinse and repeat, keep doing this same thing over again. Basically, I keep draining, refinancing, taking out the equity, using it as a down payment to buy another house. This is called pyramiding through refinancing. And the only problem with that is you could find yourself owning a lot of real estate, but the only problem with that is it's all highly mortgaged because you keep draining the equity out to buy more, right? That's all that is pyramiding through refinancing. So what's a tax benefit? We have something called a 1031 exchange. So where it says exchanges, I want you to write the number 1031 above it or next to it, what have you. And we're going to highlight 1031 exchange. Real estate investors can defer taxation of capital gains. Capital gain is a taxable profit. So real estate investors can defer taxation of capital gains, profit on a sale by a like-kind property. This is also sometimes referred to as a tax deferred exchange. So let's also go a couple words over and highlight taxes deferred. Or we could go 3 paragraphs down and highlight a tax deferred exchange in the first line. 1031 exchange is sometimes referred to as an exchange of like-kind properties or a tax deferred exchange. Because when you sell, say you buy property as an investment and you sell it at a profit, is that profit taxable income?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Okay. That profit is called a capital gain, and capital gains are profit on the sale of an investment. Our profits are taxable by the IRS. Okay. Now we have a 1031 exchange. A 1031 exchange is a section within the IRS tax code. Section 1031 of the IRS tax code allows an investor to sell an investment property, and if they reinvest the money, including the profit from that sale, they don't have to pay and buy another investment property. They don't have to pay any income tax on that property at that time because they reinvested all of the money. So they're deferring having to pay taxes on the profit of the sale if they reinvest it in a similar like kind investment, another real estate investment, for example. Now, in order to do this and benefit from that, not have to pay the taxes on that profit, you have to file strict IRS rules, follow paperwork, follow guidelines and such. So we need to make sure we got a team that knows what they're doing. Have a tax attorney or a CPA involved in there that's going to file the paperwork with the IRS that this investor is going to be selling their property and then buying another investment property. And we as real estate agents need to be aware when there's a 1031 exchange going down, because there's strict timeline regulations that the IRS wants that owner to follow. Otherwise, they will be subject to having to pay the capital gains tax on the profit of the sale. So if we dilly-dally and it takes too much time to close on that sale, we could actually be costing our client money. So if we go down to the last paragraph, it says it's not always necessary for two sellers to make a direct exchange of properties. So you don't have to find somebody who also has an investment property and they just want to trade it with you. You know, that would be way too hard to do. So you're allowed to just sell your property, locate another property you want to buy as an investment, and file the paperwork with the IRS to do this exchange. On the at the end of the fourth line in that last paragraph on page 297 under the exchanges, we're going to highlight the investor must identify the intended purchase property within 45 days of selling the first parcel and complete the purchase within 180 days. These are basically the timelines of doing a 1031 exchange.
Victor, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So let's say if like someone earns like about 20K for a rent from a rental property and they put that 20K for a down payment for a new house.
No,
Does that
we're not talking about the income that you made when you were holding the property. We're talking about the profit
from
you
profit.
made from the sale of it.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So if you turn to page 298, it's still under capital gains tax, the last or still under the 1031 exchange. In that last paragraph, there's a word there called boot under 1031 exchange in that last section. We're going to highlight that sentence that has that word boot written in bold. When a property being bought, the replacement property costs less than the one that's being sold. The difference in value is called boot. Let me draw you a picture about boot. Draw you a picture. Let me pull up a slide here. I got it out. Tax amount. Under that. Nope. Pick up 1031 exchange. 1031 exchange. Chapter 17 now. That's possibly it. Yep. All right, so A 1031 exchange is a tax-deferred exchange of similar or like-kind investment properties. Say if you bought a home for $300,000, an investment property for $300,000. That initial cost of the investment is referred to as the basis. That's the base price. This is investor lingo. The initial cost of any investment is referred to as the basis. It's the base price that you paid for that investment. And let's pretend that you dumped another 100 grand into that property to do improvements. If you add that 100 grand into the base price, that's referred to as the adjusted basis. So you have 400 grand into the property total. The base price plus improvements is referred to as the adjusted basis. Now, if you purchase that property that you purchased for $300,000, if it appreciates over time and you sell it for $600,000, how much profit you got there in the sale? Forget about the 100 grand dumping you dumped into it. Let's say you didn't dump the 100 grand.
There's 300.
You got 300 grand profit on that sale, right? So if we keep track though of money that we dump in the property for improvements, all right, we could deduct that because from the taxes, because the way we calculate the taxable profit is our costs. It's the value of the property minus our costs that we have into it. That would be the profit. So the base price or basis of the property is 300 grand plus improvements is 100. The adjusted basis is 400 grand. So how much profit do we have on it now? 200,000. So if we were just to sell that property outright, we would have to pay income taxes on $200,000 profit. Y'all following me on that?
Yeah,
Okay.
because
Now,
it's a 1031.
now, well, no, we would, if we just sold the property outright, we'd have to pay taxes on 200 grand. You don't pay,
Why not? Why
you don't
not
pay
the whole-
taxes on the whole purchase price because 400 grand of that original money was ours to begin with. That was our, we already had that money.
Hmm.
So that's our investment. We don't pay taxes on our money that we already have, which we probably already paid taxes on it when we earned it to begin with. That'd be double taxing, right? So we could subtract our costs from the value of the property. So if we have 400 grand in a property and we sell it for 600, only $200,000 is profit, right? So that 200,000 is the capital gain, which is taxable profit on the sale. But if we were to reinvest using a 1031 exchange and buy another property for 600 grand, we would pay no taxes because we're reinvesting all of the profit and the money that we had in the property to begin with, right? But if the next property that we're buying is less than 600,000, it's 500,000, as in this example, we're actually cashing out on 100 grand. There's 100 grand difference in value there. That difference in value is called boot. And boot is loot, and all loot is taxable. It's a capital gain. Boot is the capital gain. It's the difference in the sales price of one property and the purchase price of the next property that we're investing in. Yeah, somebody had a question? No? Yeah. All right, so let me just redo these.
So then we would always have to keep our initial investment in.
Yeah, because who's to say what's the profit and what's the money that we originally put in?
Yeah.
If you're keeping 100 grand, you can't be like, oh no, I reinvested. I reinvested all the profit. I just took some of my money out. The IRS would be like, yeah, likely story. If you're taking any money out, that's going to be the profit that we get our share first. We want to get our taxes first. The IRS always wants their fair share first, right? So that difference in value is called boot. Okay. So basically, if we were to draw this picture again, you buy a property for 300 grand. You hold on to it long enough, it appreciates in value to 600 grand. If you were to sell it right then and there, what's your profit? 300. That's taxable income. Period. But if you were keeping track that you also dumped 100 grand into it when you got it because it needed repairs and such, you have 400 grand total into that property. So when you're selling it, your profit isn't 300, it's actually 200. So 200 grand is taxable, right?
Mhm.
But if we sell this property now, this 600 grand property, and we buy another property, and this investment property is actually cheaper, it's only $500,000. There is a $100,000 that we're cashing out now. This $100,000 is called boot. And boot is loot. You know, like the pirates' booty.
Yeah.
Boot is loot, and all loot is taxable. It's taxable income. It's capital gain. It's considered to be a capital gain that we're cashing out now. So we're not reinvesting the whole entire money from this sale. All right. So we have 100 grand that we're cashing out on that's taxable, but the other 100 grand we reinvested, so we're not going to pay any taxes on it. But in order to do this, you need to let the IRS know from the start that this is your plan. So you need somebody to file certain paperwork with the IRS, let you know that you're going to be doing this. And then we have the counting of certain timelines that we need to obey. Now, I usually don't even keep track of these timelines. I just let the accountant or CPA tell me, or the tax attorney tell me what it is. In the book here, though, we highlighted, you're not going to need to know these timelines, but we highlighted in the book just so that you know. The investor must identify the intended purchase property within 45 days of selling their first one. So when you sell this first property that you have, this 600 grand property, you have 45 days to find the next property that you're going to buy. And then you have 180 days to close on it.
Victor,
Yeah.
we split it into two different new investment properties that are real estate also?
Check with your tax professional on that. I don't think that that's the way it's supposed to work, but I did have a guy that once did that. Now, was he doing stuff legit? Was his tax guy legit? I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not the tax professional. That's why we need tax professionals involved, right? But it's a legitimate question that you ask. So I'm going to go with, I had a guy that did it, so I would assume that you can.
Yeah.
Okay, but you know,
we can
don't
do it.
just go based on my assumption there, because you know that when you assume something, you know what happens, right? When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me, right? So trust but verify. So I just told you what I think, but you know, that's my opinion. You know, opinions are good for. Everybody's got one. Opinions like a, you know what, and everybody's got one. You know, so yeah. So there we go. So with a 1031 exchange, when you're selling, what do we call the base price for purchasing the property? It's called the basis. So here's the terminology we know, basis. So let's highlight in the book where it says basis somewhere. We highlight that already somewhere or no? Oh, it's on the next page. I'm sorry. We got to turn the page again. And on page 298, it says basis of a property is the investor's initial cost. Let's highlight that. So any basis of a property is the investor's initial cost for their investment. That's the basis right here. And then the adjusted, and the adjusted basis would be this 100 grand additional money that we dumped into the property. That's the adjusted base. Well, actually, sorry about that. The basis plus additional money that we put into the investment will equal the adjusted basis. So the 400 grand is the adjusted basis. The adjusted basis is the base price plus additional monies equals the adjusted basis. That's our all-in amount, right? That's the money that we're all in on that investment. We're keeping track of our personal money that we're all in there with. And now when we sell a property for a profit, the 200 grand profit, what do we call that profit?
Our return?
Capital gain is taxable profit on the sale. So capital gain is the taxable profit on a sale. Okay, so capital gain is the taxable profit on the sale. That 200 grand is taxable profit. But if we reinvest all of that and buy another 600 grand property, we pay 0 taxes. But in this case, we're reinvesting 500 grand, so we're cashing out on 100 grand. That difference in value is known as boot, and boot is loot, and that is a capital gain.
It's taxable.
Which is what? What's a capital gain?
Taxable income.
Taxable profit. And what is profit? It is what you're left over after your investments. So we invested 400 grand, but a property is worth 600 grand now. 600 grand minus 400 grand equals 200 grand. Capital gain. All right. So these are the words you need to know. Basis, boot, capital gain, and what do we call, if this property is generating income because we're renting it out, what do we call that rental income?
income property,
Rental income after expenses.
net, net. Are you talking about the net?
Yeah, well, what is the net income? That net income, that rental income after expenses, the net, what do we refer to that as?
Net profit?
The net profit is it spendable?
Oh, income?
Yeah, is the income spendable after profit or after expenses? Rental income after expenses. It's called the net income. It's
What's-
spent, it's spendable. And we refer to it as
Is that what you cash?
cash flow. What is cash flow? Spendable income after expenses. So in this chapter so far, on these couple pages, we learned the basis, adjusted basis, but we'll probably not get that on exam. Boot, capital gain, cash flow, yeah, that's good. Right?
Yeah.
So here's some words that we learned right here. We learned about the basis, the boots, the capital gain, the cash flow, and we also learned about basis plus would equal, now basis plus additional expenses is your adjusted basis. All right. Basis, boot, capital gain, cash flow. Those will all be on one or the other exam. What's the other crap? I got all up here. All right. Understanding what a 1031 exchange is. Okay. And then we got another math problem coming up in this chapter, so I'll leave this slide open or leave this board open as we go back to here. All right, so here on this slide, we got it all. 1031 exchange, it's a defer of like-kind property, investment properties. Capital gain is taxable profit on an investment. The basis is the initial cost for the real estate. The adjusted basis is the basis plus cost of capital improvements minus claimed depreciation. The difference is taxable. All right, and here's that math problem that I just worked out for you again. I put it here on a slide. Now, depreciation. What is depreciation? It's a loss of value due to any cause or any condition, right? But this is not talking about depreciation as far as the value of the real estate. We're talking about depreciation as an accounting concept because we're talking about business here right now. So depreciation as an accounting concept, we're gonna go to depreciation in the book on page 299 on chapter 4 and chapter 17 for the book version 14. But go to the section under depreciation, put a highlighted box around the entire paragraph and highlight the title and the first sentence, that depreciation is an accounting concept that allows an investor to recover the cost of an income producing asset by way of tax deductions over the period of the asset's useful life. Now, it's not an actual loss of the value of the property. It's used to reduce the taxable income before taxes are computed. Didn't I tell you guys, if you guys buy as independent contractors being self-employed, when you start a business, if you want to, say you need a truck for your business and it's only going to be used for a business, is that a business expense?
Yes,
Yes, it is. So can you deduct it on your taxes against the income that you're
Yes.
making? Yes. However, the IRS says for certain larger equipment purchases, those assets cannot be deducted in all at once against your income. Certain kinds of things like a vehicle have to be depreciated over a period of years. So if you buy a car or a truck that you're going to use only for your business, that's an asset that needs to be depreciated over a period of 7 years. So if it's a vehicle that you're buying or certain kind of large equipment to run your business, well, your business expenses are usually deductible in total in the year that you pay them, with exceptions of certain things like real estate and vehicles, which those are assets that hold their value longer. So they have to be depreciated over a period of years. You got to follow whatever the IRS's tax rules are on it. For vehicles, it would be 7 years. So if you purchased a vehicle for business use, and let's say that you bought that vehicle for, let's say you spent 30 grand on it. That's $30,000 divided by 7. That means $4,285.71 you could reduce your taxable income by for the next 7 years. Okay. With real estate, if it's residential property, it could be depreciated over a period of 27.5 years. If it's commercial property, it's 39 years. So here's the math of it, because you will get a math problem on this. If the property is valued at $500,000 and the land is estimated at $150,000, this is how the question can be worded to you on exam. If a property is valued at $500,000 and the land is estimated at $150,000, well, does land depreciate?
No.
So we cannot factor that in. We could only depreciate on our taxes the improvement value. So we're going to have to subtract the land value from the improvement value. And then it says if the property has an economic lifespan of 27.5 years, what kind of property is it if it's 27.5 years?
Residential?
It's residential, because commercial property has to be deducted over 39-year period. How much would it depreciate after 3 years? This is probably almost exactly like a question that you would get worded. If a property is valued at $500,000 and the land is estimated at $150,000, if the property has an economic lifespan, they use this terminology in the question. Anytime you see economic lifespan of an improvement, it's a depreciation problem for the accounting concept that we're talking about here. This is what you do. You take the $500,000, you subtract the value of the land. So the improvement value is $350,000 that you can deduct on your taxes. They call that depreciation. You could depreciate on your taxes. But if it has an economic lifespan of 27.5 years, you have to take the $350,000 divided by 27.5 years. And every year, whatever your income is, you could subtract $12,727.27 each year for the next 27.5 years from your taxes before you calculate your taxes. So if I made 100 grand in the year, that's taxable income. I'll subtract 12,727.27 from it, and whatever's left over is taxable income. You guys following me? Now, the question is saying, how much would it depreciate after 3 years? Well, if I could deduct 12,000 and change each year, now I just times it by 3. That would be 38,181 and 82 cents. That's the answer. That's how much it would depreciate after 3 years. Okay, we don't need to know how to do taxes. We just need to know how to figure this out. It's a pretty straightforward problem. The values of the property, the total value is 500 grand. We got to subtract the land value because we could only reduce, deduct from our taxes the improvement value. But we can't do that in 1 year. If it's residential real estate, it has to be done over a period of 27.5 years. So you divide 350 by 27.5, and we could reduce our taxable income each year by 12,727 and change. Times it by 3, and over 3 years, we would have depreciated 38,181 and 82 cents. And I just heard somebody groan at me when I said, "Did you understand that?" And they're like, So let me explain that another way, because that's the problem I have written here. All right. Let me explain it another way. I said if you earn $100,000 a year, you have to pay taxes on your income of $100,000 a year, right?
Right.
Okay. But in this problem, let me go back to it. In this problem, it said 12,727. You could subtract 12,727 and change each year from your taxable income before you calculate your taxes that you owe the IRS. So you just take your 100 grand minus the 12,727 and change, and your taxable income now reduces to $87,273. This is how much, this is what you're basing your taxes off. That's taxable income now to the IRS when you're filing your taxes at the end of the year. It's no longer 12,000 or 100 grand. You had to subtract this, which is your expenses basically, right? The depreciable amount is your expenses. Remember I told you guys this class, the fee you paid to take this class is deductible on your taxes. You could deduct on your taxes next year. So look, you paid $345 for this class. If next year you make 100 grand, you could subtract that $345 from the 100 grand, reducing your taxable income. The licensing fee, you could subtract from that another $160. The state exam testing fee, $45. Any MLS dues, maybe about 4 and change, 400 and I don't know, maybe $420. Your E&O insurance, that's another $400 to $600. Let's just go with $600, okay? So you could subtract all this money from your taxable income. And if you do that, just based off of these couple things, let's say you're gonna pay an MLS fee. Let's say if you get the cheapest MLS, that's like $70 every 6 months. So let's say $140 a year, okay? You could subtract that just based off of this without any advertising or any other expenses that we're factoring in. So we got 345 minus 160 minus 345 plus 160 plus 45 plus 420 plus 600 plus 140. That's $1,710 that you could reduce your taxable income by. So 100 grand minus the 1,710. And now that reduces your taxable income to 98,290. This is why you keep track of all of your expenses. The more write-offs you have, the less income you have to pay taxes on, is basically what we're doing here. You understand that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's exactly what depreciation is. Depreciation is subtracting your expenses from your income. It's just, they're using fancy words to describe that. You better understand it now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So no more groaning about it, all right?
No problem.
I heard the good grief. Well, I heard it. Now that's I explained it, so now you don't have to groan about it. It's a good thing. It's a write-off on your taxes,
Right.
right? All right. And that's exactly what we did here. This is the same problem that I put on that slideshow, right? Property's valued at 500 grand. You subtract the 150 land value because you could only depreciate the improvements value. And then divide it by the economic lifespan of that improvement. For a car, it's 7 years, the economic lifespan. For residential real estate, it's the economic lifespan is 27.5 years. For commercial real estate, it's 30 years. These are the IRS rules on what they consider the economic lifespan of the tool or product that we need for our business and how long we have to depreciate it over the period. So we can't just subtract the whole 350 grand from that 1 year's profit. IRS requires us to do it over a period of years. That's what we call the economic lifespan, and the depreciation is just subtracting our expenses from our income to lower the taxable income. Is that a better definition for you to understand? I hope so.
Yes.
Okay. What's going on here? Ugh. Why am I drawing on this? Why am I putting red dots here? Hey, what's going on here?
I give up. I'm gonna spend all night on this video.
Ain't that bad. Oh, come on, zoom. All right, so so this is just the same thing again on another slide. I have the math and everything. If the estimated value of a property is at 500,000 and the land is estimated at 150, how much could you depreciate over 3 years if the asset has an economic lifespan of 27.5 years? You take the total property value, you got to subtract the land value from it, you're left with the improvement value. That 350,000, you got to divide it by the number of years that the asset can be depreciated by. And that's how much you could subtract from your income for that year before your tax man prepares your taxes. You got to keep track of your expenses. This is your expenses that you could deduct in that year. That's all that is. And over a period of 3 years, you would have been able to deduct this much from your income. This times 3. All right. So in the book, next to depreciation, the title, you should write this: economic lifespan of an improvement. Because I think that's the kind of wording that they use. Economic lifespan of an improvement. All right. So the next paragraph goes on just talking about that. This is what your accountant would do for you. but they want us to know about this because it's an investment. It's real estate. As far as this is a real estate class, you know, we should always never give people the advice on this. We should always tell them to talk to their tax man on it because we don't know their tax situation, right? So we're not the experts in that. We're not going to try to pretend that we are. So we're always going to refer people to their accountants, but they still give us an exam question on this anyway. But it's a simple exam question. Subtract the land value from the total value, left with the improvement, divided by whatever number they give us there. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Now, deductions and federal laws. So we're not going to get into that because tax law is always changing. So we're not going to get into that. We just want to know the basics here. So tax credit is different than depreciation. What is depreciation? Depreciation is reducing our taxable income before the taxes are calculated. Now, if we were to go back to this, I have it drawn down here somewhere still. No. Okay. So here, let me show you the difference here. So this problem, what did this problem do for us? That problem of depreciation, what did it do? It said if our income is equal to 100 grand, and we take our expenses, in this case, it would be 12,727 and change. You subtract the expenses from the income, and you're left with the amount of taxable income, right? Which is 87,273. This is your capital gain. What is capital gain? Taxable profit, okay? But this is our taxable income. You know, you guys get a paycheck every year from whatever employer you ever had.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot deduct business expenses because you weren't self-employed.
Right.
Now you're going to be self-employed. So I told you you could deduct your expenses. So before, when your boss gives you a bill, when he gives you your pay, there's, you know, there's no business expenses that you could do to pay less taxes on this. You have to pay taxes on this full amount. But what if I told you now you're self-employed too? So you own an investment property, you could deduct this amount from your 100 grand income that year, reducing the taxable income to this. Is that going to save you money?
Yes.
Yeah. So any other expenses you have, you could also deduct from there. Now it's a little bit different than this next thing that we're learning about here. It's called a tax credit. Because how is a tax credit computed? It's a direct reduction in taxes due, rather than calculating a deduction from the income before the taxes are computed. So over here, we deducted the income of the expenses from the income, giving us this amount of income that's taxable. And now we have to compute how much we're paying in taxes to the IRS based off of this. If we were given a $12,000 tax credit, it's like having $12,000. All right. So an example of that is tax credits can be given to people who renovate historic properties or non-historic buildings in service before 1936. Or sometimes the government offers tax credits as a stimulus. They offered a $7,500 one and then another $11,000 one when the real estate market was crashing. I don't know if everybody remembers that. I drew a little picture about it here.
2008.
So yeah, over here, you know, property values started going up. A lot of the property values started really skyrocketing and getting artificial value increases in them though, because things that politicians did that enabled lending to be easier to be done, and then they forced more lending by reducing regulations, which is what really, remember I told you that story about Barney Frank. So that was around 2000, what was that? That was about 2001. That's when the property values really started shooting up on us. 2006 was the peak of the real estate market. The market started to crash in 2006, but we really didn't even know, we didn't really notice it as clearly until we hit about 2007. So some people say 2007 is when it really started. And then it continued on and on, 2008, 2009, you know, we're still recovering from it, right? Now, in this period over these years, I forget which year it was that they offered the stimuluses. They offered a $7,500 tax credit for any buyer who would rush out there and buy a home, because the politicians are so arrogant, thinking that they have the answer to all the problems. So they offered a $7,500 tax credit to anyone who rushed out and bought property, because if property values are crashing, we call this a market adjustment. It's going to do it because the property values were artificially inflated to begin with. We call that a bubble, and the bubble bursts. But politicians are like, we got to put an end to this. This sucks. We're going to get blamed for this, you know? So we could stop this from happening. We could do it. How can we do it? If we bribe enough people to go out there and buy homes, because the properties are crashing because nobody's buying homes right now because the values are dropping. But if we get enough people to go out there and buy homes, maybe we can, here's a terminology that you're used to, flatten the curve. Right? That downward curve, they're trying to flatten it. All right. We know about like coronavirus, that curve of people getting it, you want to flatten it so that it doesn't continue going up. Well, when the real estate values were going down, they wanted to flatten the curve so it didn't continue going down. And how did they do that? They tried to bribe people by offering them a $7,500 tax credit. It's like giving you $7,500 cash. So a lot of people were like, well, listen, even if property values are still going down, you know, how much further can they go down? Yeah, so a lot of people rushed out to buy homes that year and got a $7,500 tax credit. So if you owed $7,500 to the IRS, you now owe them nothing. You know, that it's a dollar per dollar matching. It's as good as them giving you $7,500. But one thing they didn't tell you though, if property values continue dropping, so at that end of that year, so for 1 year, they offered $7,500 to the government offered $7,500 to anybody who went out there and bought a property. Now it didn't flatten the curve. It just changed that steep downward slope to a little bit more of an angle, right? That's how it flattened it a little bit. And then at the end of the year, when that stimulus, that tax credit went away, property values continued to drop because the buyers went away. So as property values continued to drop, these people who bought the properties in this area were like, oh no. So they panicked and they wanted to get out of it. So people were doing short sales to try to avoid foreclosure. Some people got foreclosed on. But one thing they didn't tell you is one of the conditions to get that $7,500 tax credit is you have to live in that house for at least 3 years. You have to keep that house for at least 3 years. If you sold it before that, then you had to pay this entire $7,500 back to the IRS. So these people who managed to negotiate a short sale and get out of the house and lost money in that were encouraged by the government to rush out and buy a house, then sold it short, lost money, and got their credit damaged in the process. Then later on at the end of the year, they got a bill from the IRS for $7,500 that they still had to pay on top of it to add insult to injury. And then politicians were like, well, it's not our fault. We just didn't offer enough tax credit. If we offered a larger one, maybe more people would rush out. So they offered another one around here. And this time they offered an $11,000 tax credit. Now, when they offered that $11,000 tax credit, okay, so property values continued to drop. So they offered that $11,000 tax credit right here. And you see it flatten the curve out more again, right? Because it was dropping, was correcting again. And then they offered $11,000 tax credit and started to flatten the curve. Politicians were not fixing the problem. They were just delaying the inevitable market correction. They just made the problem last longer. You know, instead of ripping off the Band-Aid, letting it hurt for a minute, they, you know, by the markets just dropping the values tremendously. Instead, they found ways to take longer for the values to drop. Okay. And they hurt more people in the process by slowly peeling off the Band-Aid. They enticed more people to run out and buy a home, giving them an $11,000 tax credit. A lot of people rushed out and it flattened pretty good, but not quite flat. Property values were still dropping. And at the end of the year, when that tax credit went away, property values continued to drop again. People did short sales again. And then this time, because they didn't stay in the house for 3 years, they got an $11,000 tax bill from the IRS that they had to pay. That's a tax credit. It's dollar per dollar matching, but the one problem with it is when they offer it like this to try to fix a problem that's going to happen without fixing the problem. They're just trying to get people to rush out there and buy homes. They didn't fix the problem. They just compounded it. All right. And I just explained how. And then markets, you know, markets are cyclical, you know, because if you look at it, you zoom out in that real estate market, you know, people bought properties, they go up in value, then they continue going down. Now property values are coming up again, right? So if you look at it in the long term, real estate is cyclical, right? Where in that curve are you buying the property? All right, so with the tax,
I'm sorry, Victor.
yeah, go ahead.
How do real estate agents get out of something like this? Meaning, how do they sustain?
Well, us, we
Yeah.
got people buying and selling during all this. People buy and people sell when the markets are going up. Sellers are selling because they want to cash out on that profit, right? And we got buyers rushing out there wanting to buy. When property values are going down, you got sellers trying to get the hell out of the property, and then buyers thinking that they're getting a good deal because property values are dropping. But it's like stock market. Are we buying high or low at this time? If I want to buy a stock, whatever stock it is right now, today, right this minute, well, where is that stock in its valuation curve right now? I mean, is the stock, you know, here at the time that I want to buy it? At this one point in time that I want to buy it? Where in the value of that stock is it? Is it at the top of the curve? Or is it at the bottom of the curve?
You want to buy low and sell high.
You want to buy low and sell high, but where is it right now? If I want to buy stock right now, where is it? Do I know if it's going up or down? Or is that a bit of a gamble?
It's a gamble, but if you look at it because it's cyclical, you can see that.
You could try to take an educated guess is what you're saying,
Yeah,
but it's still a gamble.
yeah, always.
But for real estate, we know that even if you're buying here at the peak, and the values go down. If you hold on to it long enough, they're going to come back up again.
Yeah.
Right? And you may end up selling up here, making money. But if you're just going to panic and you sell down here because, oh my God, it's going to keep dropping, I got to get out. That's that panic sell that people do. And they did the same stuff with real estate. And I'm shaking my head to these people. I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you selling? Because property values are going down. Wait a minute. Don't you know, any investor knows this, you buy low, sell high. You know, you bought high and the values are going low, but they may eventually come back up. I don't know when, but if you hold on to it long enough, it eventually will. But people get panicked. They look at the here and now, the immediate result. And it's scary when you're involved in it.
Yeah.
So people dump and they get out. This is why most people aren't rich. Everybody's a wannabe Warren Buffett, right? Because when they're put in that position, they panic. All right. So what's a tax credit? It's a dollar per dollar matching. It's better. A tax credit is more money than reducing your taxable income before the taxes are computed. This $12,000 a year, is that saving you $12,000 a year?
Yeah.
I don't know what your tax bracket is, so I don't know. If you make 100 grand and you're taxed at 100 grand, what tax bracket are you at? Are you at 15%, 25%, or what's your tax bracket? I don't know. How much are you going to be paying in taxes? I don't know. This is going to reduce your income, though, that is taxable at whatever tax bracket you're at. So if you're taxed at a 25% tax rate, for example, your income's 100 grand, 125% of 100 grand is what? 25,000, right? Here, let's show you a picture of it. So if you just pay taxes on 100 grand, and if you were at a 25% high tax rate, you'd be paying 25 grand in taxes. Let's just say that you're still in a 25% tax rate, but you reduced your taxable income. You know, first of all, reducing your taxable income can put you in a lower tax bracket too, so that you pay a lower percentage of taxes. But let's just say that you're still on the same percentage. You're still at a 25% tax rate. What's 25% of 87,273? 87,273 times 25%. You would be paying 21,818 in taxes instead. So is that $12,000 in savings? Is this $12,000 in savings? No, you're reducing your income that's taxable down to 8,700. And then you calculate your taxes based on that. See, if we didn't do any deduction and we just paid 25% of 100 grand, that's 25,000. 25% of 87,273 after you reduce your taxable income is 21,818. The difference of that is 25,000 minus 21,818. 25,000 minus 21,818. You saved $3,182, not 12,000. Whereas if you had a tax credit of 12,000, then it's worth 12,000 in savings. This is just reducing your taxable income before you calculate the taxes.
Yeah.
100 grand times 25%. If you were in a 25% tax bracket, it's this. 100 grand times 25%. If you were in a 25% tax bracket, is this much. You're still saving money, but only 3,100 and change. If you got a tax credit is cash value. They give you a tax credit of 12 grand, you got 12 grand.
That's great.
Reducing taxable income by 12 grand is not saving you 12 grand, but it's still saving you. It's lowering the taxes, your taxable income, before you do the math on figuring out how much in taxes that you pay.
So there are multiple ways of getting those, or was that just from the bailout for the?
Well,
housing?
sometimes the government will give tax credits for like those bailout situations. And like I said, over here, let me see, here. If you renovate a historic property,
Yeah.
or if you own a property that was built before 1936, you're in a historic section of town, right? Then you can get tax credits. What are they? How much? Talk to your tax professional. Let them know about it. They'll look it up for you to get your maximum tax benefit.
Yeah.
But which is better, tax credit or a tax deduction?
Credit.
Credit, absolutely. All right, so under tax credit, you should have highlighted that first sentence. Tax credit is a direct reduction in tax due rather than a deduction from income before tax is computed. And I just showed you the math problems to show you how much in savings you actually get when you get a credit versus reducing the income and then figuring out how much you saved. All right, but you don't need to know all that for, I just did that for an explanation so that you guys got a better understanding of it. All right, now installment sales contracts are also known as what?
Land contract.
Land
contract?
Land contracts. So the next title where it says installment sales, write land contract. Chapter 11. Page 190 if you're in the 14th edition book. That is at the end of chapter 11, land contracts. That's where you're gonna, it's seller financing, right? Where the seller doesn't give you the deed until you pay off the full amount owed. Also called an installment sales contract. And how much can you deduct on your taxes with that? Well, they're just saying, well, it's a complicated thing. I don't need to read all their mumbo jumbo just to tell you that it's complicated, right? Or do you want me to read all the mumbo jumbo?
Not if we don't have to know it.
All right, no, you just, everything that they explain here is just a marginal tax rates and that more terminology that doesn't make us any smarter. All right, it's not going to help us figure anything out. All right. Real estate investment syndicates. What is a syndicate? We learned that a syndicate is a type of business structure, right? We learned that long ago. Joint ventures and syndicates, and what was that, chapter 7 that we learned about that? All right. A syndicate is a joining together of 2 or more people to carry out a business project. When the project's done, the syndicate's done. Joint venture is joining together 2 or more groups to carry out a business project. When the project's done, the joint venture is done. These are not formally created business entities. They're just people getting together to carry out a project. You don't have to go down, fill out paperwork and register as an LLC or corporation or anything like that in order to form a syndicate or a joint venture, okay? Now, real estate investment syndicate, this is a, let's see, a business venture in which a group of people pool their resources to own or develop a particular piece of property, and then they, when that joint venture is done or syndicate is done, they your project is done there. Okay, here's a little real estate warning for you guys to keep you out of jail. So this whole section, I'm not reading it. I'm just going to explain it to you because it's a pretty big section to read. I'm just going to explain to you what's in there. There's nothing to highlight. I'm just explaining it because nothing's on exam there, but to keep you out of jail. You want me to explain how to keep you out of jail? All right.
Yeah.
So when you guys are working in real estate, you're going to be working with investors, helping them find homes and properties that they're fixing and flipping and turning for a profit, or they're buying commercial real estate and fixing it up and or turning it into something, tearing it down and building something else. And after a while, you're gonna get this investor bug. You're gonna get this eye. And you're gonna be like, I could do that. I could spot these investments a mile away. I could already see what an investor would do with this property because I've seen it done so many times now. So I got the eye. Why can't I be making all this money now? Oh yeah, that's right. I don't got the money to buy such an investment. But I got the eye. So I got an idea. What if I seek out investors to invest in a project that I will own? How would you try to convince somebody to invest in a project that you will own? What are you going to offer them in return?
ROI.
If you're owning it, what are they getting out of it for investing in your project by giving you money? How are you going to try to convince somebody?
And ROI, like a return.
So
on-
wait. So spell it out. Don't spell it out. Say it.
Return on investment when I flip it.
So that you're going to offer them some kind of a return on their investment. All right. So you're going to be telling them about all the possible upsides of how much money they can make, right?
Well-
What if it loses money?
Then wouldn't it be
Right? Okay, so see, that's the thing. When you're when you're advertising to people as an investment, trying to get them to invest in your property, you're going to be telling them about all the upside to it. You're not going to be telling them about all the possible ways that they could lose money. The way to do that would be to put together what we call a prospectus. You sometimes hear about this investments and stuff on TV and commercials, all these investment groups and such, how you could hire them to work with you and be fiduciaries of your money, right? What they'll do is they'll warn you about if a war breaks out in some third world country, how's that going to affect your real estate investment here in New Jersey? All right. That would be put in a prospectus, all kinds of stuff like that. There's people that have jobs that do this, that their job is to analyze risk. In the financial world and investments and retirement plans and all that stuff, you got people that they're risk assessors. They're pretty boring people that just take classes all the time and analyze risk. They probably perpetual students in college and will go and take these exams and study regulations all the time and all kinds of crap like that. I know that because my brother does this crap, right? Boring guy. All right, so when you seek money from investors for a property that you own, they won't own, but you're promising them some sort of a return in investment, especially if they're not savvy in real estate investing. This could be classified as a security. And when you're dealing in securities, you need to have special licensing. You need a Series 6 license, I believe it is, to deal in securities. And then your investment has to be registered as a security with the Federal Trade Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission, the FTC and the SEC, and you need special licensing. And New Jersey has what we call blue sky laws that regulate this stuff too. So you're going to need, you can do it if you have people with the right licensing helping you, or if you have that licensing as well. But if you don't, and somebody ends up losing money by investing in your investment, and they end up suing you and bringing it to the eye of the government that this is a security and you were dealing in securities and you're not licensed to do so. We're talking about like Bernie Madoff type stuff that you're going to jail for a while like that guy did, right? He ended up getting such a long jail sentence. I think he killed himself, right? In prison. So did his son. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So that's all that is. All right. So can you do that? Yes, you can advertise to seek out investors for your project that you're going to own, but make sure that you have people with the proper licensing involved for it. Okay. Okay. We know the difference between a general partnership and a limited partnership, right? General partners, all the partners work in the business and they can be responsible for any additional debts the business takes on. Limited partnership, only the general partners liable, but the other partners could be limited in their liability to their initial investment in the business, right? So go down to the bottom of page 300 under forms of syndicates. Bottom of the page there. Next to the last paragraph, or at that last paragraph on the bottom of the page, you're just going to write business partnerships. And I'm going to give you the cross-reference that was on page 111 that we spoke about it last, business partnerships. And then we're going to highlight the last two lines, or almost the last two lines. We're going to highlight the limited partner stands to lose only as much as they invest. General partners are usually personally responsible for excess losses. That's it. REITs, you guys already have this highlighted, don't you?
Yeah.
Who do REIT investors get the same tax advantages as? Mutual fund investors. Boom, that's all you need to know for exam. But what is a REIT? It's a type of investment. REIT investors usually invest in buying large apartment complexes or large rental properties, commercial properties that have steady cash flow to them. They don't pay out huge amounts, but they pay out steadily in their low risk investments. In order to be a REIT investor, or in order to create a REIT, you have to have at least 100 investors, and at least 75% of that trust income has to come from real estate as the investment vehicle. So if you guys want to do an investment project, investing in real estate, for example, you want to do a very large project that costs millions of dollars to do. Maybe you want to do a high-rise building or something. Can you create a REIT?
Yeah, I was wondering.
Seek out investors and do that project?
Yeah, how do we do that?
With a lot of help from attorneys and tax professionals. And those with those special licensing, those investor licensing, the people who deal with these REITs, the investment trust, which I'm not sure if that's a Series 6 or Series 7 or Series 63 or Series 3 license. I'm not sure. So how could you be sure? Talk to a tax professional and talk to an attorney that may have knowledge about that. Or financial advisors. Financial advisors usually have these licenses.
Hey, Victor.
Yes.
Are any of these licenses in particular, like ones that you think that we should get if we want to do this thing? You know, not for real estate, but to be able to do it as like an investor and stuff.
No, listen, this could be you could spend years in college of taking all kinds of courses, and then you have to take other classes afterwards, after you get your degrees, to learn how to analyze risk and to study regulations. And then there's examinations that you need to take that are not easy exams. They're like attorneys studying for the bar exam to get these licenses.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of expense. These licenses aren't cheap either.
Yeah.
So it's a lot involved to get them. You're better off hiring the nerd that has the knowledge already to do the job.
Okay.
Okay. I hope that answer was a lot simpler.
Yeah, that works.
I'm the same kind of way. If I could do it, I like to do it myself. But you know what? Sometimes it's not worth everything that's involved. You're better off just hiring somebody who got the knowledge, pay them whatever it is to do whatever they need to do. And you don't got to deal with all that BS. Let them deal with it. That's their life venture, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So next thing is business opportunity sales. Can we sell businesses?
I guess.
Yeah. Do you need a real estate license to sell a business though? Nope. As this slide will show you, you do not need to have a real estate license to sell a business. Unless what? Unless real estate's involved in the sale of that business. You need to negotiate a lease or you need to sell the property goes with it. All right. But we should always have an attorney involved when we're selling businesses. What's our job title? Salesperson. So we only market the business seeking out a buyer. When we get a buyer, we hook them up with the attorney. The attorney deals with the transfer of the sale of the business. We don't do any of that. Although you don't need to have any license at all to deal in business sales. We call them business brokers, right? Anybody can do it. They just get attorneys involved in it. But if we are helping somebody sell a business, we have to be aware that we need to have that attorney involved. Because do you guys know the first thing about how to transfer business names or to transfer the ownership of a LLC or a corporation? Or what about the intricacies about when you sell a business, what's going with that sale of the business? Well, it could include things like the fixtures and the stock and the inventory of that business, the business trade name, customer lists, goodwill. Oh, that's a term all in its own. Special rights such as copyrights, patents, franchises. You know how to transfer franchise agreements? You know the legalities of it? Wait, if we're talking about legalities, should we be involved in it? How to licenses, picket lottery machine licenses as an example, you know? There's a lot involved. We should have an attorney handle all that stuff. All we do is we market it, we find a buyer of the business, we put it up to an attorney, let them deal with all that BS. You know,
Right.
The attorney will be our nerd,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
All right. So you like my dumbed down explanations? They work a lot better, aren't they? A lot easier to understand.
Yeah, makes sense. It works.
All right. So okay, financing business, substantial down payments, requirements. Okay, UCC. So one thing under business opportunity sales in the book, in that first paragraph, the next to last sentence, I want you to highlight, it says, for this reason, a person who sells or negotiates the sale of a business, you see that? I want you to highlight a person who sells or negotiates the sale of a business for others for a fee is required to be licensed as a real estate broker. The exception is when the business is sold without any real estate interest in any form. I hate the way the book always explains things backwards.
Yeah.
That's why you see the way I explained it.
Yeah.
Instead of saying that you need a license except in certain situations, I say you don't need a license unless real estate's involved. Okay. They
Yeah.
say they always say the same thing in an opposite way,
How do they
right?
do that?
But they tend to do it in a wordy, confusing way. I like to be straightforward. You don't need a real estate license to sell a business unless real estate's involved. Boom. Why do they do it? I don't know. They're academics. You know what an academic is? A professional educator or somebody who is in school their whole life, right? They don't work the actual practicalities of it. So they like talking the technicalities. They like talking about the difficult language to make themselves seem smarter. We call them academics. All right, turn to page 302, under the Uniform Commercial Code bulk transfers. You see that? Uniform Commercial Code bulk transfer title.
Yeah.
All right. Everything you need to know is on this slide. So what are we going to need to highlight in the book, though? We're going to do some highlighting, and then I'm going to explain to you what you need to know for exam, because you will get something on exam about this. In the second paragraph, we're going to highlight the second sentence that says the Bulk Transfer Act is designed to protect creditors from fraud perpetrated by a business owner who sells the business, including equipment and stock, and then disappears, leaving the creditors unpaid. Pretty straightforward. And then go all the way down to the bottom of the page, the end of this section. And we're going to highlight the Bulk Transfer Act is designed to protect the interest of, and then go to the line below it and highlight the seller's creditors in the sale of a business. Then go to the line below that and highlight covered under the Bulk Transfer Act, just the business personal property. What do we call personal property that's a tangible asset?
Chattels?
What?
Chattels or am I?
Yes, yes. I want you to write that at the end of that sentence. Chattels. Chattel or chattels? Okay, so what is the Bulk Transfer Act? So let's look at the slideshow now. What do you need to know? Well, the Bulk Transfer Act is a part of the UCC, which is the Uniform Construction, not that one, the Uniform Commercial Code. There's two UCCs, the Uniform Construction Code, which deals with building standards, and there's the Uniform Construction Code, with Commercial Code, which regulates the sale of businesses. All right, and the part of the Uniform Commercial Code that regulates the sale of business that we need to be apprised of is the Bulk Transfer Act. Okay, so Article 6 of the UCC, the Bulk Transfer Act, is the Bulk Transfer Act from the Uniform Commercial Code. It regulates the sale of chattel when selling a business. What's chattel?
Personal property, tangible.
Tangible personal property that's used in the course of a business is what we're talking about now, though. So what's the purpose of the Bulk Transfer Act? To prevent fraud. So basically, you ever go to a convenience store, local 5 and dime store, and there's somebody over there that's taking stock? Like, you got the one guy who's running the store and he's behind the cash register, and then there's somebody else there that's got some guy. He doesn't look like he fits in. He doesn't look like he works at the store. He's either like wearing a suit and he's taking inventory with a clipboard or an electronic device, scanning the number of candy bars still in a box or some kind of bullshit like that. You guys ever see any of that when you ever gone to a store, a convenience store or anything?
Yeah.
You ever wonder what that guy was doing? He obviously, something don't fit. That guy don't work for the store. He works for the creditors who are supplying the stock on the shelves over there. And what happens is they usually supplied that stock of those candy bars up front, and they didn't charge the owner of the business for them yet. He's there counting how many candy bars were sold, so that he knows now how much money that the store owner owes him. So basically, they're supplying the stock on credit. Now, what were to happen if that business owner put that business up for sale and said, hey, all the inventory's included, but they didn't pay for all the inventory? It's fraud. They're trying to sell you a business saying all the inventory is included, that they didn't even pay for. They don't really even own it yet. They don't have the right to sell it to you, but they're saying, hey, it's all included in the sale.
Yeah.
And you pay them for the business, and then they take off and disappear, leaving the creditors unpaid. It's fraud. And if you, as a real estate agent, help them sell that business, you are an accomplice to fraud. What do you think is going to happen to your real estate license?
Bye-bye.
You're probably going to get sued. It's also a criminal offense, fraud. So who knows? So in order to avoid fraud, when selling a business, we need to make sure that the seller makes a list of all outstanding debts to creditors for stock or machinery that they may have that hasn't been paid for yet, that they're making payments on still. We need to make a list of all outstanding debts to the creditors. And then we need to also supply that list to potential buyers. And then we need to notify those creditors that the seller is selling the business so that they're aware, so that we could try to prevent any fraud from going on. Now, I sold a couple businesses in my time. I never did any of that bullshit. Instead, I got an attorney involved and I let them deal with it. But for exams, we need to know why and what the process is when selling a business, so that we're not just dumb in the process, okay? So we could at least talk to the business seller and say, hey, do you own all this equipment? Do you own all this stock? Or is this any of this on credit still? Because you're gonna have to make a list of all outstanding debts to creditors. You're gonna need to contact those creditors, let them know that you're selling the business. And you're going to, we're going to need to supply a list of to the potential buyers so that they know what they're buying here. You know, what are they getting when they're buying the business? You know, your trade name and stock, but is this what stock is paid for and what stock isn't? We need to make that list apparent to everybody. Otherwise, it's fraud, and you could land yourself in jail by selling a business without following the law when selling a business. Okay, we don't want to commit fraud, right?
Right.
So the purpose of the Bulk Transfer Act is to protect who in the sale of a business?
The buyer, the seller, and everybody, right?
No,
The
buyer's
Real-
protected. The buyer gets protected, but as a side effect. The main purpose of this law isn't to protect the buyer. It's to protect the seller's creditors,
yeah.
because to prevent fraud, because that creditor gave them that stock or inventory on credit, and they don't want you selling the business and leaving town. So they created a law that protects them, that you're now guilty of a criminal offense, that if you try to sell the business and include their inventory, which you haven't paid for yet, it's fraud. So it protects the creditors of the seller. But it also does protect the buyers, but as a side effect. It's like homeowners insurance. When you buy a house, do you have to get homeowners insurance when you buy a house?
Yes.
Yes. Why? Who's requiring you to get homeowners insurance?
The more your
The
mortgage.
lender.
Oh,
Yes, the
okay.
lender.
So what if I buy cash? Do I need to get homeowners insurance if I buy cash?
No.
Well, then who's the
Well, you
insurance?
should.
Then who's the insurance covering? Well, should and have to are two different things, right? So if I'm required to get it, who's requiring me to get it?
Paying cash.
If I'm buying cash, I don't have to get homeowners insurance. If I'm getting a
No.
mortgage loan, I am required to get homeowners insurance. Otherwise, I'm not going to get the loan. So who's
Right.
requiring me to get the homeowners insurance?
Whoever's footing the bill.
The what?
Whoever's footing the bill, like if it's the
And who's
bank.
that?
I mean, you would have to get it for yourself.
The
then.
bank.
No. Who requires me as the buyer? If I'm a buyer
The
of a house,
lender.
Who's requiring me to get the homeowner's insurance?
The lender, but if you're not borrowing money from
Okay,
it,
stop there. The lender is requiring it.
yeah,
Why do you suppose that the lender's requiring me to get homeowner's insurance?
to cover their investment.
To ensure their collateral of their investment.
Yeah.
Because they're lent you money to buy this house.
And
They want to make sure if that house burns down, they're getting their money back. They're
Yeah.
insured. So who does homeowners insurance protect?
The lender.
The lender, or another way to say that is the creditor,
The creditor.
right?
Yeah.
All right. So is the buyer also protected though?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but kind of as a side effect. Its main
Mhm.
purpose is to protect the lenders in that situation. The buyer, the homeowner, if they want all of their belongings inside insured, they have to get additional insurance riders on their insurance for their personal belongings inside. All right. So just like homeowners insurance protects the creditors, the Bulk Transfer Act protects the creditors. However, the homeowners insurance protects the creditors of the buyer. The Bulk Transfer Act protects the creditors of the seller, because the buyer doesn't have creditors necessarily. Okay.
Right.
Mhm.
So what's the purpose of the Bulk Transfer Act? To prevent fraud. Who does it protect? The creditors of the seller's creditors, as you see, I have it in bold here. And then I write, it also protects the buyer's creditor, the buyers and their creditors, but as a side effect. Okay, that's it. You just need to know that for exam. What's the purpose of the Bulk Transfer Act?
Protect the creditors of the seller.
Is that how they ask?
Yeah,
No.
what is the law that deals in the sale of businesses that covers business personal property or chattel?
The bulk.
The Bulk Transfer Act. What is the purpose of the Bulk Transfer Act?
To protect the creditors of the seller.
No, to prevent fraud.
Oh, all right.
Who does it protect? You see the way I'm wording it? What's the
Yeah.
purpose? The purpose is to prevent fraud. See, I got it here in this, the Bulk Transfer Act. The purpose is to prevent fraud when the business is sold. And who does it protect? The seller's creditors. Boom, mic drop.
Got it.
Okay.
All right, that's it. That's why I only had you highlight a little bit. You highlighted what you need to know for the exam. I didn't have you highlight it protects the seller, the buyers as well, even though it does. I only highlighted you what you needed to know for exam.
That's good. And that's the school exam or the state one?
Well, I know it's on school exam. I'm pretty sure it will be on state exam as well, but I know for a fact that you'll get it sooner than later.
Okay, got it.
All right, and that's the end of this chapter. You guys were a little nervous on that. That took a little bit longer to explain than normal, but that's all right. That's all right. I got no problem explaining. All right, let's do the key terms to review and then start chapter 18 and try to get done with chapter 18 today. And then tomorrow we do 19 and 21 and you're done. Cost plus improvements minus depreciation.
Capital gain
The cost,
plus
then you
improvement.
add in your improvement costs, and then you subtract depreciation, and you're left with
Cash flow?
Adjusted basis.
adjusted basis.
Okay.
Documents transferring ownership of personal property.
Bill of sale?
Bill of sale.
Bill of sale, 4B. Extra money received by one party in an exchange.
Capital gain.
Think about when you do that, the property exchange, when you sell one investment property and you buy another one that's cheaper, what's the difference?
The boot.
Boot,
Boot. This one's-
boot. 5 is C. Listen, look at the way they worded it. Extra money received by one party in an exchange. When you're doing that 1031 exchange, that extra money that you keep is boot, right? 5 is C. An increase in value.
Appreciation.
Appreciation. 2 is D. Initial costs for the real estate.
Basis.
3 is E. Law regulating the sale and financing of business personal property.
Bulk
Bulk
transfer
transfer.
act.
6 is F, the Bulk Transfer Act. Money left from rental income after expenses are paid.
Cash flow.
8 is G, cash flow. Profit on the sale of an asset.
Capital gain.
7 is H, the capital gain. Real estate held for rental income.
Income property.
11 is I. Tax deferred mutual transfers of income property.
Exchange. No.
Yeah, it is.
Exchange.
Yep,
Okay.
10 is J. And yearly bookkeep, 9 is K. That's freaking horrible definition. It's horrible, so it's just 9 is K. All right,
Oh, wait a minute.
key terms 2. Cash flow plus income tax savings plus appreciation. These are all examples of what?
Turn.
A return. 7 is A. Direct deduction from income taxes due.
Tax credit.
9 is B. Extensive use of borrowed money for purchases.
Pyramiding.
It's not pyramiding, but it kind of sounds like the same thing.
Leverage.
Leverage. Leverage. 2 is C. I mean, pyramiding, that's basically what you're doing. You're using your borrowed money and then you keep pulling out the equity from the home to reinvest it. That's pyramiding. You know, the leverage is using borrowed money to hold on to an asset long enough to get that profit, right? So it's a little bit of a difference there. Fund making real estate investments and selling shares.
Real estate investment syndicate.
Oh, you were so close.
Trust. Real estate investment trust.
6 is D. Group pooling resources to buy real estate.
That's a real estate investment syndicate.
Correct. 5 is E. That's like a couple of little old ladies pooling their money together to invest in a rental property. Okay. A joining together of 2 or more people to carry out a business project.
Syndicate.
Oh, wait, did I just do that? No, I didn't. Go ahead.
Syndicate.
Syndicate. 8 is F. Law regulating transfer of business personal property.
Uniform commercial code.
The Uniform Commercial Code. 10 is G. Rate at which the investor's top dollar is taxed.
Marginal tax rate.
Marginal tax rate.
3 is H, the marginal tax rate. Rate at which investor refinancing property to buy more.
Pyramiding.
Pyramiding. 4 is I. Sale in which seller receives purchase price over the period of years.
Installment.
Installment sale.
It's an installment sales contract, also known as a land contract. Gulp. Get close to the end of this book. Come on. All right, chapter 18. I know the push is on and on and on. We keep learning more and more stuff, right?
Mhm.
Don't worry, your mind is a sponge. It's a supercomputer. It can handle it. none of this stuff that I've gone over yet has been rocket science that you have not understood. It's just a matter of trying to go back and review it all to remember it all, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if there's anything I've ever go over and you don't understand it, you stop and you ask me, and then I'll sit here and I'll explain it to you so that you understand. None of this stuff is rocket science, but it is a lot of information. So we do have to review our notes and to remember all these information. And the majority of it is key terms and new language, right? The language of real estate. Boom. Chapter 18. So at this whole chapter is going to deal with subdivisions and the process of a developer or an investor seeking out land that they could profitably subdivide, and the whole process of getting the permits and the funding and the regulations and building, etc., etc., etc. They talk a little bit here about some stuff that you don't need to know, but when you combine 2 or more lots into a larger parcel, it's referred to as assemblage. You're assembling those lots together. And that increased value is known as plottage value. That's not going to help you any in life, but okay. A subdivider is somebody who either buys undeveloped acreage and then divides it into smaller lots that they could profitably subdivide and build and use themselves. Or a subdivider, sometimes a developer will hire a subdivider who knows how to, they're an engineer, they know the legalities. It's a subdivider is usually a team of people. You have an attorney, you have an engineer, you have a whole mess of people that, somebody that knows the environmental stuff and the regulatory things. So it's usually a team of people when we say a subdivider. It's usually not just one person. And they figure out how they could profitably subdivide this land for use. Now, a developer could also be the subdivider themselves. Developers sometimes have subdividers working for them and they do it all in-house. But sometimes they seek out the land from a subdivider who already owns a piece of land that they already got all the permits and approvals for, that they just need to start the building on. Okay. So, yes.
Hmm?
Oh, I thought somebody was saying something to me.
Wouldn't they want to do like a ground contract then? If they already got all the permits and everything, they just want somebody to build on it.
Well, sometimes subdividers, they seek out the land to buy. They get all the permits for it, but they don't want to deal with the actual construction and then selling and all that BS. They just want their money right now. They just seek out, they specialize in finding the land, getting the permits for it, getting the funding to purchase it, and doing the subdivisions, get all the plans approved, and then they turn it over. They sell it to somebody that's looking for land to build on. Well, here's the land with all the approvals already. Does that make it worth more if that land already has all the approvals?
Yeah.
Sure does. I taught a private real estate class once to 2 people. I had to go up to Florham Park because that's where they were at. I drove to them every day. Hey, when they're paying me what they paid me so that they could get their real estate licenses, I'll drive to them, no problem. They paid me more than what a full class would pay me for me to give a private class to 2 people who knew half the stuff that was in this book. All right. They were already subdividers. They owned their own company. They were subdividers. A lot of this stuff they knew inside out already. They just didn't know all the real estate laws and those regulations and stuff like that. They had a team of one guy seeks out financing, one guy does the regulations, one guy is an engineer, and then they have another guy that's an attorney. So they had their team of people there. Now, so what happens is, why did they want to get their real estate license if they're already in the business here? Well, because they told me that the minimum size properties that they dealt with are $10 million properties. All right, that's the minimum deal that they would do, is a $10 million deal. So any piece of land that they came across that was smaller, they would usually just give it as a referral to a real estate agent that they knew, and they never collected any money from it. I guess after a while, that real estate agent started to feel bad and said, you know, you guys keep giving me these referrals. You know that you could make money off of this. I could give you a referral fee that I pay you, and you guys are like giving away thousands of dollars here, but I can't pay you unless you're licensed. So they were like, well, how do we get licensed? You know, boom. Then they contacted me, but they said, oh, we don't got time to go to school. We want you to come to us. Would that be better if you could come to our office and teach us here?
That's cool.
No problem. I'll do it. For how much you're paying me? More than a full class? Sure, we could do it. So they did, and I went and I taught them. So what they usually do is they seek out farmland, golf courses, things that they can then convert to land large enough that they could turn into a subdivision. And often they get all the permits and stuff. And they told me that they did one building project once themselves, but they said it's too much of a pain. So what they'll do is they just seek out the land, they get all the permits, get all the approvals, and then they sell it to a developer ready to build on. At a
Is
market.
that called RTI, ready to issue?
What?
Is that RTI?
No. These were two guys. It was a small company. They were in Florham.
No, I mean ready, like you just said ready to build.
Yeah.
Isn't it ready to issue?
Well, no, they had, no, because they get all the permits already to build, to do the construction on it. So they already got the, they already went through public hearings. They went through, they had engineering reports. They did the testing of soil. They did the impact studies on how it would affect the local community to build these projects. They got all their approvals from the local government already. And then that way, if a builder just comes, they could just come in there and start building because they already have all the approvals.
I understand.
Okay, so, and this is all stuff, by the way, that we're learning in this chapter that we just didn't, we're kind of like rushing it, explaining it, but that's all part of what this chapter is. It's just a story telling you how they do this. All right, so in New Jersey, what is a subdivision? The moment that you split one lot into, the moment you split one lot into two or more lots and you sell a smaller lot off of the larger one, it's classified as a subdivision. Now, the state of New Jersey gives authority to each municipality to determine what constitutes a minor subdivision that doesn't require public hearings and what constitutes a major subdivision that does require it go before a public hearing so that the public can question the project. Now, there's a lot of issues that they need to address. Some of those are the roads. Do any roads need to be built or widened or traffic lights put in? What about how this is going to affect traffic patterns from this subdivision being built? Is there going to be an additional burden on the school district from all those additional homes being built? There's going to be families there with children, and how, you know, is that going to put a tax on the resources of the municipality? What about the public works services tying into the sewer and fire? Into the sewer and water supplies. And what about the public works services as far as snow removal and garbage pickup and police and fire, waste removal, water, sewage, and drainage, all of those issues, okay? They all have to be considered when doing a large subdivision and going before the public. That's why they do these public hearings. So before they actually do the subdividing, prior to subdividing process, they have to do some land planning. So land planning precedes the actual subdivision process, which must comply with the municipality's master plan. They have to also go over discuss with the planning board and the planning commissioners, you know, what their plans are, how it's going to affect the municipality. If we go under land planning, the first bullet point I want you to highlight that says dedication of land for streets, schools, and parks. What is that term, dedication? Once again, we went over this in chapter 5. Dedication is giving land to the government for a public use, like streets, schools, and parks. So if you have one big subdivision, are those look, let me draw a picture for you. You know, if you have a big subdivision that the builder's going to be going over, oh damn it, I closed it. Anyway, okay, forget about the whiteboard. When you got a large piece of land, now they're subdividing it. They're going to be putting in a lot of homes. They're going to be putting in streets in there in that subdivision, right? They may have areas for like parks, you know, like swing sets and all that stuff, right? Now, are those park areas and those streets, are they going to keep them private, or are they going to give it to the government? So now the government has to maintain it. Are they going to give it to the municipality? So now they'll become municipal city streets and parks, or are they going to keep them private? Well, that's something that they need to decide what they're going to do in the planning stage and put that on their plans for the subdivision so that the municipality can decide how it's going to all tie into their master plan of running their city, which the subdivision is going to be within. Then assurance by bonding. The municipality wants assurance of by bonding from the developer that the sewer and street costs are going to be paid for. The city doesn't want to eat those costs. They're going to pass them on to the developer. But before they start digging up the ground and laying in new sewer lines and water line supplies to that, leading to the roads that go up to that property, they're going to want to make sure that that builder has bonding to cover the costs for that. Otherwise, the taxpayers could get left on the hook for it. They want to make sure that all the structures and everything that's going to be built there, the minimum slot sizes and setbacks and everything are in compliance with the local zoning ordinances. And that the construction of the structures are in compliance with the fire and safety ordinances as well. And building permits and all that stuff's in place. Now, a PERC or percolation test. PERC is short for percolation test. You will always get this as state exam. One of these days, I'm going to add that as a question to the school exam. Did I do that? I don't think that's on school exam yet. I'm not sure if that's in my database, but I got to add that question if it's not. Anyway, you will always get a question about this on state exam, percolation test. What is a PERC test or percolation test? Well, they got to take a sample of the soil and test the soil to see how well it absorbs liquids for the purposes of drainage, or if they're going to be installing septic systems to make sure that the ground can absorb that waste, those liquids. Because if it can't, if that ground is high in clay content, what happens when it rains or there's liquids that are introduced to clay?
Just sits there.
The water just sits there. The liquids just sit there. They don't get absorbed by the dirt. It takes forever for it to get absorbed, right? And it was like, wow, it rained almost a month ago. You still got water sitting here, you know? So they're going to have to deal with additional different ways to deal with the septic or rain runoff when you're building and you're paving roads and now building structures. There's even less soil to absorb those liquids, so it could create a real problem. So one of the first tests they got to do is a percolation or PERC test. So let's highlight that under land planning in the last paragraph. A percolation test of the soil's absorption or drainage capacities. So it tests how well soil absorbs liquids for drainage, runoff, or septic systems. Sometimes they'll just use the municipality's or I'm sorry, the municipality, the ground's natural contours for their advantage too. That could be part of the land planning, especially if the soil, if the ground doesn't absorb liquids very well. I'm gonna have to open up one of these. I gotta reopen this whiteboard here. Look, if the ground doesn't absorb liquids well, they're gonna have to for runoff. They're gonna have to put in some sort of sewer piping, right, to handle that.
Mhm.
Or another option is they could use the ground's natural contours and make a pond or like an artificial man-made pond or lake or something, right?
Right.
You guys ever see in a condo complex, sometimes the ground is contoured. It kind of looks like if you were to look at the actual land, I mean, you see a big area that's all grass. It's a big open area that's all grass. Or sometimes they'll put boulders in there. But have you ever seen a big area that was all grass and then all of a sudden they got this sewer drain pipe that's above ground just sitting there? Or you guys never notice it? It's pretty common actually in these large complex like that. If you were to actually look at the ground where that sewer pipe is just sitting above ground over there, if you were to look at the whole area of land, you'll actually see that it's not level. It's probably shaped like a basin. So when there's a lot of water or runoff, the water will collect in there and it'll become kind of like a pond. And then eventually it'll drain off into that sewer pipe. That's the way that a builder can use the ground's natural contours.
Got it.
All right, to address those issues. They got to think about workarounds sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
See if I got anything here written for that. No, I just need to draw pictures. That's it. All right, so all right, in subdividing with the land issues, in subdividing, the subdivider seeks out raw land that they could profitably subdivide, see how they're going to divide that land up. Keep in mind that they got to put in setbacks, they got to put easements for gas lines and sewer pipes and public utilities that these units are going to need. They're going to have areas for parking and parks, perhaps, maybe drainage and runoff and such. So they have to do the layout of the land. And that's all part of subdividing. They analyze the property. That's the engineering part of it. Now, title to the individual parcels is transferred as the lots are sold off using a blanket mortgage, which has a partial release clause. Remember that? The blanket mortgage, you use a blanket mortgage to buy one larger lot, then you subdivide it and it allows you to sell a small lot off of a larger one without having to pay back all of the loan at once. You only pay part of it back. It's kind of like has a modified alienation clause in it that allows you to only pay part of the loan back instead of paying it all back at once. So if you look at page 309 above subdivision plans, that last sentence there says title to the individual parcels of subdivided land is transferred as the individual lots are sold off the larger one. Right at the end of that, using a blanket mortgage with a partial release clause. Using a blanket mortgage with a partial release clause.
At the bottom of.
On page 309, just above where it says subdivision plans, that last line there, it says title to the individual parcels of land is subdivided land is transferred as the lots are sold. So just right beneath that, using a blanket mortgage with a partial release clause.
Got it. Thank you.
Because if I were to ask you, what kind of loan would the subdivider use that allows them to sell a smaller lot off of a larger one without having to repay their whole loan?
Got it.
Blanket mortgage. All right. Now, within this whole area, I kind of explained, but if we go back to the previous page of that under subdividing, I'm going to read the last sentence on that page. That says, next, plans are prepared, approvals are sought from local officials, permanent financing is obtained, and the land is purchased. So there's a lot that goes on in the subdividing process. They seek out the land they could properly subdivide. They have to make sure it complies with the zoning ordinances and all that stuff. And then preliminary subdivision plans are drawn up accordingly. Close contact is initiated with the subdivider and the local planning and zoning officials. And if the project requires zoning variances, negotiations begin along those lines with the municipality. And the subdivider also locates financial backers and then initials marketing strategies. They start working with the engineers, with the municipality. And under the next section, subdivision plans, in plotting out a subdivision according to the plans of and the ordinances of the municipality, they got to make sure that it complies with all the zoning controls. The subdivider determines what the size of the lots are going to be and that they're in compliance with the zoning laws. They got to make sure that they have the proper front footage and depth and square footage to be within the regulations. The ordinances frequently regulate both the minimum as well as the maximum lot sizes. The land itself must be studied in cooperation with a surveyor. Subdivision plans can then be laid out to see if they're going to use the natural drainage and land contours. A site planner and an engineer are employed. In laying out the subdivision plans, the subdivider would then provide for utility easements as well as easements for water and sewer mains. They're going to start doing the site grading, for any leveling out of the land that they need to do. In the next paragraph, I want you to highlight impact fees are intended to help a community cope with the increased demand for schools and other services. They call them impact fees. There we go, at the bottom of the slide. Because if that community is large enough, that subdivision is large enough, could it affect the municipality? Yeah, you got enough kids that need to go to school, fire, sewer waste, they may have to put in larger sewer pipes in those streets to deal with the additional demand from all those other homes, or additional water supply pipes, et cetera, right? Mm-hmm. With all the additional families working there, you think the cops are ever going to get called out for family disputes and arguments and such? Maybe they need a larger police force and add more police people, and fire department, maybe have to put in another closer fire department. It is not uncommon, depending on the size of a subdivision, that if it's going to have a big enough impact on the municipality, for a municipality to require that developer pay impact fees to help the community cope with that added demand of its services. I like to refer to this as the legal bribes that the municipality will require that developer to pay.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's not uncommon for a municipality to say, you know what, we're not going to give you all the permits to build your project unless you make a big donation to the municipality. You buy 5 police cars and a fire truck, or build a new school. Depending on the size of that development, the municipality can ask for such things. You would think, wait, isn't that extortion? Well, the community is going to need to cope with that added demand. If you're putting in a huge development there, That may be one of their requirements. You have to deal with it. What do they call that? Impact fees. And what's its purpose? To help the community cope with the added demand of its use and services. All right, that you'll probably see on exam. So that's why I had you highlight it. Now, part of a subdivision, the developer is going to have to decide, or the subdivider will have to decide, how are they going to lay out the lots and blocks and street patterns? Oh, I never added those pictures. Well, anyway, you can see at the bottom of the page, on page 309, there's two examples in figure 18.1 of street patterns that, for two types of street patterns that a developer could use or a subdivider can use. Are they going to use the classic gridiron pattern with this regular rectangular shaped blocks with lots with individual property lots on them? Or are they going to use the curvilinear pattern? Here's another type of pattern. There could be quite a few different types of layouts of the land, where they have these turning streets and cul-de-sacs every now and then and such, okay? Well, that's something the developer is going to have to take into consideration. Are they going to be clustering for open space? What does that mean? That means they're going to be clustering properties closer together so that they could have more open land. So if we turn the page to 310, clustering for open space, you see the conventional gardens estates and the clustered estate style. In the conventional gardens estates layout, in this picture here, you could see that there's a lot of lots there. There's not much open space for parkland. Everybody just has larger lots. Whereas on the right-hand side, it has almost the same amount of houses there, except there's a lot more open space because people have smaller properties. They're clustering them closer together so that they can have more open space and parkland. That's a decision the person who's laying out the land is going to have to decide what they want to do with it. Now, highlight: a plat of a subdivision is a map of the development indicating the location and boundaries of the individual properties. What's a plat? A plat is a map of a subdivision.
Excuse me, can you repeat again what you want us to highlight?
A plat of a subdivision, under plat of a subdivision on page 310. A plat of a subdivision is a map of the development indicating the location and boundaries of each individual property. This is also one of the legal descriptions of land that we're going to learn about in chapter 19. There's 3 legal descriptions of land, and this is one of them. It's basically a map of the subdivision that shows you where the individual properties are and what their boundaries are. Look, on the next page, you see that there's a picture of a plat map. A plat map shows, it's a map of a subdivision. On the right, on the next page here, you see a map. There is 8 properties here on a cul-de-sac street. So basically, if I were to draw this for you so that everybody could see it here on the board, basically, you could have a plat of a subdivision that's like this. I own this property. That's my property. That's my block. That's my property. That's my lot. My lot is large enough that I could profitably subdivide it. So what I could do is I could put a street in here that comes in like this, and then it'll have that cul-de-sac, the round area where cars can turn around. And that's the street, right? So we're going to lay out a street. That's the road. And now we're going to take these lots here and we're going to subdivide them. Let's see, we'll put a property here. We'll subdivide that lot there, another lot here, right? We'll put in a couple of lots in here. So This is all my lot, but look, I subdivided it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different properties. Now I'm going to build 8 homes on it and sell them. And this is going to be the street, the cul-de-sac street that it leads to. Right? Here's the main road. Right? Now, is this street on private property, or is it a part, or is that a city road? What is it? Is that road built on private property, or is that a part of, is that city property?
Private?
You know, look, this was all my lot and I built it on there. I built the road. When I did the subdivision planning, I needed to notify that city, was I going to keep it a private road, or was I going to dedicate it? And then that's going to be a city street.
Yeah.
That's what dedication is. If I give that land to the government, now the local municipalities are going to be responsible for having plows come down here and plow the road and maybe repave the road if it starts getting messed up over the years, right? That's dedication if you give it to the government for that purpose. But this right here would be a plat map. If I created a map like this, and then on this map, I showed you, well, there's an easement line that runs along here for where the utilities come in. And then the easement line runs over here like this because those utilities got to go to all these properties, right? So there's that easement line that's in there. So you have to lay out where the easements are going to be for utilities, and all that stuff has to be laid out on this map. And whose job is that? Subdividers. Covenants and restrictions, these deed restrictions called restrictive covenants, can be added by the subdivider that could state, for example, that, you know what, these are the lots right here. And even though you see, like this guy here got a larger lot than this one over here.
Yeah.
He may have enough land that, according to city rules, that he could tear down that house and subdivide it and build 2 houses there. But if I'm creating this original subdivision and I say the minimum lot size is whatever, that's larger than the city's minimum requirement, I could prevent them from ever subdividing it so that we could maintain this community. We don't want to start building homes on top of each other. Okay, or I could put some kind of restriction there that all the homeowners on this property, during a certain date during the year, they had to put up a holiday lighting display, and by a certain date they had to take it down. So this whole street, this whole block gets lit up. Is there anything illegal about requiring a holiday lighting display? I didn't say which holiday. I didn't say religious, so therefore it's legal. So when these people buy these properties, I could put that restriction in there. Remember that? What do we call properties that are based ownership forever, but based on a restriction? What kind of estate and land is that?
Fee.
Fee determinable or defeasible fee estate. Okay. So let's highlight, back to the book, let's highlight dedicated. It says all areas that are set aside for street purposes are to be dedicated. Let's highlight dedicated, means turned over to the municipality. And then in the next paragraph, we're highlighting the word moratorium as a halt to development in the area. So say this developer went through all this process to get all these approvals and everything, to do this subdivision and construction, and they get all the permits from they get all the approvals from the municipality. They should record in the public record their approvals as soon as possible. Because a moratorium, it's possible that the municipality can put a halt to any further development in the community for some reason. And if they do declare a moratorium, even if that subdivider got all their approvals, if they did not record those approvals in the public record, they can't do their project. because they put a halt to all development in the community. However, if they did record those approvals, even if there is a moratorium called, they can start their project and build it still. See why it's important to record your documents in the public record?
Yeah.
Okay. This is why it's important for a subdivider to do it, or builder, right? It is estimated that the development cost, if you're looking at the slideshow, it's written somewhere here in the next paragraphs too, coming up, development costs on the next page, that the development costs to create a subdivision are estimated to be 4 to 6 times of the cost of the raw land. So however much it costs you to buy the raw land, to create a subdivision, they estimate about 4 to 6 times the cost of that raw land. When you factor in, let me see, the subdivider or developer and builder frequently invest many hundreds of thousands of dollars, sometimes even millions of dollars, depending on the size of the subdivision, before a subdivision's even announced to the public. And an analysis of the development cost substantiates the sales price of the typical building lot of 4 to 6 times the cost of the raw land. In a subdivision, the typical parcel of raw land, a lot sales price reflects expenses like the installation of sewer and septic systems, water mains and wells, storm drains, landscaping, street lights, all the earthwork and mass earth removal, mass dirt removal, the site grading, the surveys and engineering, the real estate brokers' fees and commissions, inspection fees and permitting and bonding costs and filing and legal costs, any taxes, remember if you're buying a piece of raw land, or actually if you're buying any land in New Jersey, or a home, if you're buying real estate in New Jersey and the value is over $1 million, we actually have to pay what we call a mansion tax. So this is one of those things that they put up when you vote for president or you vote in your local elections. Sometimes when you go to vote, they put these public option questions that you could vote on different issues. This recent time, it was whether you're going to make marijuana legal for recreational use, right? You get these public option questions they put on the side. Well, years ago, they put a public option question on the side that talked about, they called it a mansion tax. You got to be careful. When they put the wording on those questions for you to vote on, they could be deceptive. They could be tricky. I suggest that if you don't know the full story about what it's about, I suggest you always vote no. Vote against whatever it is, unless you know all the details about it. Years ago, they had this one thing they put up there and they called it a mansion tax. It basically described it that any real estate sold in New Jersey that was over $1 million in value, the buyer would have to pay a 1% mansion tax, equal to 1% of the sales purchase price of the property. Now, the way that they worded it, and then they said, and then that money would just go to the general fund so that politicians can use it for whatever the hell they want. All right. And most people voted for it. Why did most people vote for it? Because they're like, I ain't a millionaire. Screw the rich man, right? Screw that 1%ers, let them pay their fair share. Karma's a bitch, my friends. You voted on those things and you didn't even know what it was about. Let me ask you, when a subdivider, a developer, buys a large parcel of land that they're going to build affordable housing or condos on, you think that land cost them over $1 million to get?
Yeah.
You think they're going to eat the cost of that additional 1%, or they're not just going to raise the price of your house by 1% and build that in to the cost of your purchase price?
Where is it?
So when you thought that you were sticking it to the man, so to speak, the rich man, who did you really stick it to?
Yourself.
And you didn't even use lube. Yeah, that's a lesson for you right there. Karma, right? This is why I don't, you know what? If you're going to be rich and successful, I got no hard feelings against you. Only envy, you know? You know what? I say congratulations, you know, I wish you the best, you know, congratulations on being successful, you know? Maybe can I pick your brain? You know, I'm not going to be spiteful against people trying to say, let them pay their fair share and everything, because look, if I ever get to that position, am I going to want people to, you know, yelling at me, you need to pay more, you need to pay more? You know how hard I had to work for this, you know? And do you think that they're going to keep that anyway? You think they're just going to build it and pass along those expenses to somebody else? You pass it along. All right. And so there we go. We also had another one of those questions on our most recent election. It wasn't just about marijuana. We had another one about giving benefits to veterans. You guys remember that one? It was just in the most recent presidential election. Well, anyway, there was an additional question about that. I think they had 3 questions on the ballot, public option questions. And one was about giving veterans benefits to people who serve in the military. Don't the military people already have veterans benefits?
Yeah.
Didn't we learn in this book already that they had to serve X amount of time during active wartime or another amount of time during peacetime in order to qualify for benefits? So what was that public option question about then? Did you guys vote on that question? All right. So people vote on the question and they don't really know what it's about, is my point. Am I proving my point here right off the bat? You read and you try to figure out based on what they're telling you in the crafty way that they word things. See, their veterans are already getting these benefits. The way that they worded this is they're trying to give benefits to people who are in the military that did not serve the minimum amount of time or during wartime. Basically, you sign up, you get benefits. I don't know the details about that. It doesn't sound good. So I voted against it. I'm telling you right off the bat what I did. And I am a pro-military guy, 100,000% behind that. People that are fighting for us, you know what? I'm behind them. They deserve all the benefits they get. But, you know, there's certain circumstances that you have to serve X amount of time before you qualify for them, okay? So basically, any of those, this shows you how politics has an effect on real estate and the taxes that we do. You know, there was a green space expansion program we voted for a couple of years. It's basically politicians asking, in order to create a new tax, they need us to vote on it and give their permission to create it. And after we give them their permission, then they can start raising it however they like. We gave them permission to create this new, they called it the Green Space Expansion Project, that would allow the state and local municipalities to create a tax that would tax us so that they could collect more money from us, so that they could buy land or rights to land that they can use for parks, or that they could restrict people from being able to do any more development. You know what? The municipality in my town, Linden, they used that green space program. Sounds like it's good. You know, well, great. We preserve our open spaces in our parks. Well, that's not what it's about. It's about them also being able to buy rights to land. Say that you got that politician got some rich buddy who's got a large sprawling property already. He's already got his mansion on it and his other dwellings on the property. They're going to pay him a boatload of money to buy his rights. So on the remainder of his land, he can't build on it. Who cares? I was just going to keep that as my big open private park. Right? How is this being used? In Linden, we have a part next to the school or the high school. There's a big empty open grass area. The city of Linden took the money saying that we're not going to build on it. For an area of land that's been there for decades that they weren't going to build on. So who cares? But now we got a problem. The school needs more space to expand. But they already sold the rights to the state for this green space expansion project and took the money and used it for whatever that's long gone. Now they have to pay penalties in order to buy the rights back from the expansion project in order to build the school. And who do you think is going to pay for that?
Taxpayers.
Taxpayers. You hit the nail on the head. They get this giant sign out on the lawn that they were going to be holding a public meeting about this. Anyway, politics, real estate always plays a role. The decisions, if you don't know, don't vote no against it. All right, so the moratorium's a halt to further development. Development costs are 4 to 6 times of the raw land. You know what? I didn't tell you to write a note on the previous page at the bottom when we talked about covenants and restrictions and what type of estate and land is based on a restriction and all that. That's a fee determinable, defeasible fee estate. I want you to write under the paragraph there or next to the title where it says covenants and restrictions. Restrictions placed in deeds are called restrictive covenants. I know you probably got it written other places in the book too. Just write restrictions placed in deeds are called restrictive covenants. And let me know when you're done with that.
Done.
Okay. Remember when we were talking about FHA, I told you about, you know, FHA has lending limits by county, but they also say that if you're going to buy in a condo complex, for instance, you need to make sure that the complex is approved by the FHA.
Yeah.
Well, the FHA also has another requirement that if somebody's going to be using an FHA loan to buy new construction or in a subdivision, they had to use materials that meet the FHA's minimum construction standard too. So the FHA has some minimum construction standards as well. Just wanted to introduce that. All right, turn to page 312. Under subdivision density. Still on here. All right, density zoning, what is that? That's another term. Zoning that restricts the maximum number of homes that can be built per acre. Another way of saying that is zoning for the most homes that can be built per acre. Not sure which way they worded on exam. So let's highlight in smack in the middle of that division, subdivision density. You see density zoning in bold. Highlight density zoning ordinances restrict the average maximum number of homes that can be built per acre. And on my slide here, I told you sometimes things can be worded in the opposite way, but mean the same thing. That's another way of saying zoning for the most homes that can be built per acre. Environmental issues. Before any project, any development can be built, they need to test the soil. There's various stages that need to be done of the environment. They need to do what we call EIS, environmental impact studies or reports that determine how this project could affect the environment. Well, first, the book focuses more on the testing of the soil and such, because is this construction site where we want to build this subdivision or this development, Was it a former land? Was it a former farm? Or was it a former industrial site where the ground could be contaminated? They don't want you building new homes on contaminated land. Because if you do, and then buyers purchase them homes, who's responsible for the cleanup of any contamination?
The buyers.
The owner, right? So if that buyer is now the owner of the property, their homeowner, you buy a new home, and then you later find out that the ground that it was built on is contaminated. Who owns that home now? You do. Who's responsible for the cleanup cost? You are. But you could chase after the developer to try to get reimbursement later, but it's your land, you're responsible for it. That's why now in New Jersey, before any subdivisions can get done, they got to do these EIS studies, these environmental impact study reports. They test the quality of the soil. They test, they do a lot of the ground testing there to make sure that there's no contaminants in the property. Highlight in the second paragraph, federal agencies are required to conduct studies called environmental impact statements for federal projects that could affect the quality of life, especially properties located in floodplains, wetlands, steep slopes, or other environmentally fragile areas.
Where are we highlighting this at?
It's in the second paragraph under environmental issues.
Oh, okay, got it.
They go on to say that the EIS requires information about planned projects as well as possible alternatives. Well, check this out. One thing that they don't tell you is quality of life could also include some environmental other issues. Like if you got a large property that you got that you want to build on, and now some environmentalist group comes in there and they say, wait a minute, we noticed that the rare hooded owl has took up breeding ground in one of your trees on your property. You know what that just did to your construction project? It ain't getting built. If it's a rare species and they feel comfortable there to breed, we can't disturb them and pull them out of there. Your construction project is not getting built, because now you're going to get all the environmentalists in there. They're going to have a problem with it. Listen, we've had issues like this with construction projects where they found a new species of tadpole. I think that actually happened maybe about 2 years ago. They found a new species of tadpole or something like that that prevented a construction project from getting built because all the environmentalists started jumping out of it. It's almost extinct. We didn't even know it existed. We just discovered it. You can't build on that land. It's a tadpole. What the hell? All right. Or how about this? What if they find human remains on the property? Well, now we need to find out, we need to call the cops, get a coroner out here, find out, are those what's the age of those human remains? Do we have a crime scene on our hands, or do we need to call the Historic Society? And now if we call the Historic Society, they may have to do research and figure out, is this a historic landmark site now? And if it is, you think your project is going to get built? Do you?
No.
I want to show you something. Oh. I don't know if I spoke to you guys about this before. I may have already brought it up in class about the what they found underneath where the World Trade Centers used to be. Did I talk to you about that in the earlier
No, I
in
don't
the
think-
class?
I think we talked about World Trade Center just as like, if it was a, ground contract or what, but not whatever you're telling us now.
Okay. Well, let me try to locate it here. I got in my notes. I had some links to it somewhere here. I don't know what the hell I do with these links. I put them in my notes somewhere, and let me take a look. I got to open up a link resource here that I have. Oops, sorry. Yeah, where the World Trade Center used to be before they knocked it down, or before the terrorist attack, and it collapsed. Then they were going to build the Freedom Towers, and before they built the Freedom Tower, they had to dig out the foundation for this new structure, which was going to be even taller, right? They want to build a stronger, taller tower than was ever there before. So what do they call those? World Trade Center was also referred to as the Twin Towers, World Trade Center, and something else. I forget what they call it.
Freedom Towers?
No, the original thing. The Trade Center. It used to be called the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers, and like some kind of financial center or something. I forget.
Yeah, World Financial Center, right?
Yeah, WTC, World Trade Center. Yeah. All right. I don't know. I'm trying to find these links here. So let me open up my link document, search World Trade Center, documents. Here we go. And let me open up those links. I got videos here. Look at that. I usually just go to the an article. I may have a video here for you guys to watch. Let me take a look real quick and see if I have it. Okay, so got a couple of videos. I'm not sure which one's which here for this. I'm just going to play one of them. I got to go through these in my own time and add one of these eventually to the slide here, but see what we got here. So, all right, lose the music.
At the construction site at Ground Zero, a rare find. Remnants of a ship dating back to the 18th century. They were allowed to climb down 25 feet to the site and see firsthand what archaeologists stumbled upon Tuesday.
Two Kirk timbers that were pulled up by a backhoe, and immediately thought that looks like a ship timber. So we stopped the backhoe and started excavating with shovels and uncovered a portion of this hull. And since then, I've uncovered the rest that you see.
And what we can see is believed to be half of a ship. Marine historian Norman Brower was brought in to take a look.
It appears to be an ocean-going vessel, and probably at some time in the 1700s. It's heavily built, very solid frames close together.
One mystery, this circular structure that Brower says may have been used as a fireplace. An anchor was also recovered. How significant is this find?
I think it remains to be seen, what this ship really is, but it's pretty significant. I think it's pretty exciting. There haven't been that many ships found in Manhattan. It was something that ships were occasionally used as part of landfilling. So it probably was part of filling in this land. So it's not unheard of.
Because of the history here, archaeologists have been monitoring the construction site. The Wildlife Conservation Society shows just how much of Lower Manhattan was underwater hundreds of years ago in its Manhattan Project. Compare that to now.
We're
Mostly it just tells us about the landfill structure of this particular area and how they were
Basically, they're telling you that Manhattan, Manhattan is a peninsula, and a lot of it was built out, was man-made. As they start building and building and building, they got to keep building it. It used to all be water, so they build it with backfill and all kinds of other stuff. So at one point, that was probably a dock area there where it was at water. Ship probably sank and they just used it as backfill and threw dirt on top of it. This used to be the World Trade Center used to be, this is under where the World Trade Center used to stand. Way deep under the ground. That's how deep they dug. And then they came up to this to find the World Trade, to find a pirate ship basically underneath the, or a ship from the, I don't know if a pirate ship, but a ship from the 1700s. Which is a significant find. It's an interesting little story. A lot of people never even heard of this. I teach class, I tell people about this, they say they never heard of it. It's interesting, huh?
using things like old boats to build out the land, because the shoreline was originally at Greenwich Street, about a block that way. Where we're standing now at one point was just the Hudson River. The Hudson River, yeah.
The site is just south of where the World Trade Center towers once stood. This rare relic hidden for more than 200 years.
This is the kind of thing that archaeologists are always hoping to find and very rarely actually do. Yeah, well, it's a pretty significant find. It's the kind of thing that archaeologists are always hoping to find in landfill deposits. It's a ship. It was probably put here around in the early 1800s. We know that this area, this whole block, was filled in between about 1790s and the 1830s. So we figure the ship probably predates that and was used as part of the landfilling process. So they filled the ship with dirt and rocks, and in conjunction with timber cribbing features or landfill retaining structures on either side, sunk them to the bottom of the river and used it to create new land along the waterfront. At this point, we really don't know much. So we kind of just have to continue our analysis, see what what's under the boat, what's in the dirt around it, and see if that can tell us anything. We're assuming it was placed here in the early 1800s based on historic maps and how they show us how the shoreline progressed.
All right, so basically this story goes on and on about that, but if you were to actually look at it, who's that, the historic people that usually make these documentaries and such? Not like the History Channel, but one of those types of things about the historic documentaries. Oh my God, I've moved my thought train here. National Geographic website about Trade Center ship. Okay, they actually have a story on it, and they actually show that they did recover. They ended up recovering some things from that site. Some coins and artifacts that were in that ship. So I don't know if it was actually a sunk ship or what, but yeah, you'd have to go through all the articles. Just try to Google it if you're interested. I know I have links to it somewhere. Unfortunately, they're all over the place. For this story about National Geographic made a story on it. From not that initial find, so you're just seeing the news story of that initial find, but afterwards, when they did the research and everything, they actually found out that it was a ship that they basically carbon dated the wood, and they found out that a certain kind of wood came from Maine, and it was that tree was chopped down in 1700, and they tell you like the exact year that it was chopped down based on the rings in it. It's a real interesting more information that they give you. But anyway, that's for that story that just goes on, gives you a little more data. Let's finish this up here. All right, so if they find historic stuff, what do you think that did to that to the Freedom Tower construction?
Altered it?
You didn't see those guys doing a whole lot of digging or building around there, did you?
I was wondering why that was taking so long.
Yeah. Yep. They found a pirate ship. Well, I call it a pirate. It's not a pirate ship that they found. It was like a shipping vessel for, goods, but I like to call it a pirate ship. They found a pirate ship under the trade centers. Okay. That's interesting anyway, right? New Jersey has environmental regulations, and they have a thing here. We have some stuff highlighted here already, don't we? By Bob, that's the guide before you, what is it called? By Bob, before you buy, before you build. It gives developers and subdividers a guide on land use regulations and controls and all kinds of environmental issues. And so I got that information here in this slideshow. There's a website link here about By Bob. Activate that link. All right. But we have the Wetlands Act, gives the DEP, the New Jersey DEP has the authority to regulate certain areas in the state of New Jersey. In the wetlands, highlands, pinelands, the coastal areas, the Waterfront Development Act, and there's usually an act for each one that gives them the authority to regulate those areas. The wetlands, we have the Wetlands Act, Protection Act of 1970. The highlands, it's the Highlands Water Protection Act of whatever. And then we have the pinelands, which is the Pinelands Protection Act. So if they were ever to ask you a question, it's pretty easy to figure out what law gives them the authority to regulate those areas, right? Yeah. Okay. Now we already have that stuff all highlighted in the book already. Wetlands, Highlands Water Protection Planning Act, New Jersey Pinelands Protection Act, the Wetlands Act. We already highlighted these, right? Yeah. Okay. Now under interstate land sales. What's going on here? The interstate land sales. I don't have a slide about that. No matter. I'll build a slide up about this one for interstate land sales. But just go to this section here under interstate land sales. What is the at the end of the first paragraph, we're going to highlight the rules are intended to protect the public from unscrupulous developers and marketers from undue sales pressure. Out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents, what's the right of rescission on that for new construction?
7 days.
7 days. But we also have laws that dictate large in-state subdivisions for new construction. If there's 100 units or more, or if it's less than 100 units, if there's common area elements involved, they have how long?
Is that 7 or 5?
That's also 7. The 5 days is for the discovery of off-site conditions.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, right.
So in the second paragraph, at the end of the paragraph, we're going to highlight the last sentence there. Buyers have the right, have up to 7 calendar days to cancel contracts for the purchase or lease of such lands. You probably already have it highlighted though, right?
Yeah. Are you talking about on 313?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they go on, the next paragraph just describes what kind of properties, large subdivisions, But I explained to you what a large subdivision is. It's 100 units or more, which if we go down to the very bottom of the page, above the New Jersey land sales section, the very last paragraph under interstate land sales, it says, recent real estate commission rules address non-New Jersey properties that are advertised, okay, in a different language. What do you got to do if a property is advertised in a different language?
Have the contract in the same language.
All the contracts and disclosures need to be available in the same language that you advertise the property in, right? This and this. Just make myself a little sticky pad note to create a slide for these things. And place that under, what slide number is this? 13. Okay, so then we have at the bottom of the page, we're going to highlight for certain subdivisions within the state. This is under the New Jersey land sales. For certain subdivisions within the state, you guys already have this highlighted?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Usually I go skip ahead and we highlight this stuff already. For certain subdivisions within the state, primarily those that involve common elements, for condominiums, planned units, PUDs, and townhouse developments, and for subdivisions with 100 lots or with a homeowners association, they fall within the Planned Real Estate Development Act, which sets similar standards to the Interstate Land Sales Disclosure Act, which gives that 7-day right of rescission. That's all that that's saying. And it applies to new construction only, right? Okay, so under building regulations, now we're here at the right slide. The Uniform Construction Code, or UCC. The UCC, this is the Uniform Construction Code, not the Uniform Commercial Code that we learned in the last chapter, which regulates the sale of a business. This is the UCC that regulates, it's the Uniform Construction Code. We already have a note about this in a much earlier chapter I think I gave you. It's the state's minimum standard for construction, right? So it regulates construction, alteration, renovations, occupancy, and use of all buildings. Existing buildings do not have to conform. Like if they update the building codes, your house that you currently own, do you have to bring it up to code? Not unless it's found to be unsafe. And the only time that you need to do, you got to worry about existing buildings and bringing them up to code is if they're unsafe or if you do any construction. But if you do any construction in your house, do you need to bring the whole house up to code, to the current building codes? No. You only need to bring up the new construction up to code, what you're fixing up. Unless the alterations are more than half the value of the building, then the whole building needs to be brought up to code. So let's highlight that because that little bit of information can be useful to you guys. What I did is I wrote next to the title of Uniform Construction Code, I wrote UCC, State's Minimum Standard for Construction. Do you recall who regulates the UCC? Who maintains that database and regulates the building codes?
The zoning, no.
Okay, fair. UCC is the state's minimum standard for construction. Database of building codes is maintained and enforced by the DCA, Department of Community Affairs. Okay, so the DCA will enforce it. Remember, if your local municipality doesn't have their own inspectors, the state inspectors from the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs, are sent out and they do the inspections. Pretty sure we spoke about that before. All right. All right. So I highlighted the Uniform Construction Code. The Department of Community Affairs regulates construction, alterations, renovations, occupancy, and use of buildings. And the paragraph beneath it, I just put a box around it with my pen. This is not something you need to know for exams. When does the whole building need to be brought up to code? But that is an interesting tidbit that you may find useful in giving clients guidance sometimes. I've had somebody with a commercial property one time, and I was like, why don't you fix this? You know, and they're like, I'm not going to do that because if I do that, I got to bring the whole building up to code. And I was like, no, you don't. If that's the only alteration you're doing, unless it's exceeding half the value of the property, you only need the new construction to be brought up to code. He was like, are you sure about that? And I was like, yeah, I'm positive. He's like, check, you could check with the local building department, but that's the state law on it. And so then he checked and he was like, oh, wow. He's like, he didn't know. So that he was leaving something in his property that to crumble and be faulty because he didn't have the money to bring the whole building up to code, but he could have just done this one improvement, you know? So you could give some people some helpful advice that way sometimes. Okay, under the Warranty Builders and Registration Act, all new construction in the state of New Jersey comes with a 10-year builder's warranty. It's required by law. So new Warranty and Builder Registration Act, let me bolden that. The requirement states that all new construction, all new builders of new, not just homes, but new construction in general, must register a warranty against new home defects up to 10 years. This also does apply to high rises and stuff. I've seen high-rise condos. They're new homes still. They come with a 10-year builder's warranty, a new year home warranty. So that builder has to pay the DCA in Trenton because they're the ones that purchase and register those insurance, basically those insurance policies, those warranties against defects on new homes for 10. It's a 10-year warranty. I know in the book we're going to highlight, it says under the new Home Warranty Builder Registration Act, all builders of new homes must register warranties against new home defects for varying periods of up to 10 years with the Department of Community Affairs. It's a 10-year warranty. I know it says for varying periods. It's a 10-year warranty. It's just that the first year, everything is covered. After year 3, they no longer cover, or for the first 3 years, everything is covered. But after year 3, they no longer cover the major appliances like the HVAC system and things like that. But from year 3, after year 3 to year 10, it covers only like structural integrity of the building, you know? And so that's what they mean by for varying periods. For varying periods, the coverage is different.
Where is
Okay.
it?
Huh?
Where is that we just highlighted?
Okay, under Warranty and Builders Registration Act, you see the title? We're going to highlight that first paragraph. Under the new Home Warranty Builders Registration Act, all builders of new homes must register a warranty against new home defects for varying periods of up to 10 years with the DCA. Yeah. And yes, that warranty is transferable. Okay. All right. Before you could do any construction in the state of New Jersey, you got to get a construction permit, right? So construction permits must be issued. Before any construction, alteration, or demolition, I think I told you guys a story about that one girl in my class. Her dad wanted to rebuild the garage. He tore down the garage because it was a danger. I think I told you that during one of those chapters when we were talking about the states or the municipalities regulations and such in order to get permits and things. So a construction permit must be gotten before you do any demolition or improvements. So
Porch or something.
what happened?
I think you're talking about like a porch and termites or something.
Yeah, and I was talking about that. That was during the chapter, that was like chapter 9, I think, where we were talking about the government controls and environmental regulations and stuff. But there was also a situation about permitting. I think that was, that may have been the same chapter. I'm not sure.
Where the guy was sitting on, he was like above the other guy. And he said he didn't want it.
Want what?
The garage. Like he didn't want him to build up.
No, it was yeah. It was the guy across the street, because you got to send out those permits to everybody when you want to get a variance, because that was a chapter we were talking about, government control variance and such. And in order to get a variance so that he could build the garage, they said, well, wait a minute, you don't got enough land to build that garage on there anyway. He's like, wait, I used to have one. I tore it down. They're like, you tore it down without a permit? You know, he didn't know he needed a permit to tear it down. He thought you only needed a permit for construction. Okay, but yeah, that's the story. Okay, so before any new structure, before anybody can move in and live in and occupy any new structure, the municipality needs to see that the building is it's safe for human habitation. And in order to do that, any new construction has to get what we call a CO permit, a certificate of occupancy permit. All right, so we got to get them to go there, inspect the municipal inspector goes out there, inspects the building before any CO can be issued and people can actually occupy the structure. If it's an existing structure and you just did a little work on it, and it's not, the whole thing is not new, but it's just an existing structure and you did some work on it, or no work has been done on it, and you're just transferring ownership, you would get a COC or a CCO, certificate of compliance or continued certificate of occupancy, depending on what the municipalities call their permits. Some municipalities don't have these, they only have COs. Okay, so it depends on what that municipality calls it. So we'll just refer to it as a CO and study a CO. Okay, now we're going to highlight under certificate of occupancy. No new or altered buildings in New Jersey can be used or occupied until a certificate of occupancy has been issued. Then go down to safety requirements, and we're going to highlight in New Jersey, a change of occupancy for any 1 or 2 family dwelling requires that the building have smoke detectors on each level of the dwelling and within 10 feet of every sleeping quarter. And then highlight the last sentence in that same paragraph that says, the state also requires at least 1 properly installed carbon monoxide detector and an approved fire extinguisher. And at the end of that line, you're going to write this. You see on the slide, it says type ABC, under 10 pounds. Type ABC, it has to be, that fire extinguisher has to be rated to put out ABC type fires under 10 pounds. So you're going to just write at the end of that line, type ABC, under 10 pounds. That's throughout the state. It has to have that fire extinguisher installed in the kitchen with the hardware that it came with, or within 10 feet of the kitchen. You can't just put it on top of the refrigerator or in the cabinet. Sometimes homeowners are like, well, I just remodeled, this kitchen's beautiful, I don't want that ugly fire extinguisher. It's a state law. If you want to sell this house, you're going to have to get that fire certificate before you could transfer ownership. You're not going to pass if you don't have the fire extinguisher here. And it's also our job, so we give that advice. When we go in to get listings, go through the house, see if they got that fire extinguisher there in the kitchen or within 10 feet of it. That's a small fire extinguisher, under 10 pounds, it's easy to maneuver. And to make sure that they have working smoke or fire and carbon monoxide detectors. The state law requires 1 carbon monoxide detector, but a lot of municipalities require more. Many of them require 1 on each level of the house. And if they're hardwired, a lot of municipalities also require them to have battery backups. So if the power goes out, they'll still work, right? Because that's kind of important, because if your house is on fire, the electrical wires could have gotten fried and shorted out, and you're never going to wake up because it's not getting the juice. But if you had a battery in the detector, it'll wake you up. Okay. Hotel, motel, multiple dwelling health and safety law. What types of buildings require the state green card inspection at least once every 5 years? Those with 3 or more units, not counting the unit the owner lives in. We went over this before. Those are the same people that we got to give the truth in renting booklets to, right? The tenants in those buildings. So let's highlight at the end of that first paragraph, The law applies to multiple dwellings with 3 or more units of dwelling space and hotels with 10 or more units. Actually, you don't got to worry about the hotel. The law applies to multiple dwellings with 3 or more units. And then in the next paragraph, the third sentence, we're going to highlight multiple dwellings are inspected at least once every 5 years, hotels at least once every 3. And in hotels, the inspection can be unannounced. They can do spot checks, hotels and motels. I don't know, maybe you guys are going to do hotel motel sales. If that's the case, you need to know this too. All right, not just learning about residential real estate. Turn the page, and we're done with this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review, and we're done for the day. And then tomorrow we just got 19 and 21 to do, and then you're done for the day. So whenever we're done with the chapters tomorrow, which is probably going to be early, we will be done for the day. All right. You ready to do the key terms?
Yeah.
Okay. Putting living units close together to leave more open space. What do they call that?
Hold on. Clustering.
Clustering. 2 is A. Charges to developers for extra roads, schools, and so forth.
Impact fees.
Yes. 7 is B, impact fees. Community with dense zoning and developers plan for the entire land use.
Subdivision.
Plan unit development.
Let's speak up a little bit. It's not my volume, is it?
Plan unit development.
There we go. Planned unit development. 12 is C. Local municipalities authorization for building plans.
Construction permit.
Correct. 3 is D. Engineering reports often required before building permits are issued. What do we call them? Engineering reports.
Is that the EIS?
It is. Very, very good. 6 is E. The environmental impact statements. Group setting standards for local subdivisions.
Bureau of.
The group setting standards for local subdivisions. No.
Planning board.
That's all part of the planning board. You got to get their permission first. 13 is F. Test of the soil's absorption and drainage capacities.
Percolation test.
It's a perk test. 10 is G. A law requiring registration of certain developments within New Jersey.
Plan Real Estate Development Act.
11 is H, Planned Real Estate Development Act. Map of a town, section, or subdivision.
Plat.
It's 14 is I. It is a plat map. New Jersey's standards for building.
Zoning. Density zoning. No.
Their minimum standard for construction.
Uniform Construction Code.
The UCC, the Uniform Construction Code. 17 is J. US requirement, the United States requirement for some developments to be registered with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB.
Full Disclosure Act.
Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. 8 is K, correct. Division of property into more than one building lot.
Subdivision.
16 is L. A halt to development.
A moratorium.
A moratorium. 9 is M. State regulations for builders of new homes.
Warranty and builders.
And Builders Registration Act, 17 is N. I'm sorry, 18 is N. Turning over of private property, like subdivision streets to the municipality.
Dedication.
Dedication, you're dedicating that land. 4 is O. A zoning that allows more living units per acre than usual.
Density zoning.
5 is P. Permits, permits buyers up to 7 calendar days to cancel contracts for the lease or purchase of such lands.
Real estate sales full disclosure act.
15 is Q, correct. New Jersey state agency that approves and registers some out-of-state properties.
Bureau of Subdivision.
Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control. 1 is R. That's correct. And let me throw out the poll and we're done for today.